Well, hello and welcome back. Student meteorologist Ashton Champion here from the Apo Roofing and Construction Weather Center. If you need a free estimate, call 601-498-1546. New tornado warning. This includes Natchez. That's our first tornado warning in the Magnolia state of the evening. Second tornado warning overall this evening. This was really the first one that's mainly concerning. This is moving about to cross over the Mississippi River. Going to cross in the Natchez here very shortly. So this is about to really move into our area. We're getting into the evening time. Lower level jets starting to kick in a little bit. Rotation starting to really form with these storms. So we'll probably be live for the rest of the night for now is what it's looking like for us here. So let me get some stuff figured out just real quick on my end. Can y'all hear me? Hello? Want to make sure y'all can all hear me. Make sure that's all good. Okay. Looks like we are good. Let me make sure the chat's open so I can see your comments. I hope y'all are having a good evening across both Mississippi and Louisiana as we cover these storms. So the rotation currently crossing Louisiana Highway 15 over Moorville. This is moving to the northeast towards Carthage and towards Natchez over in Adams County. And so this will be moving over very quickly. Moving east at only 25 miles per hour. Very, very slow storm. Moving over towards Natchez. How fast did I say it was? 25? I already forgot. Yep, 25.
Yep, 25.
Yep, that works. All right, so be over Natchez, 428. Fayette, 513. Get this stuff going. I hope y'all having a good evening. Time to kind of get settled in of what's going on this afternoon. This will be over Natchez in 10 to 15 minutes, moving very slowly just off to the southwest of Natchez, but quickly moving over that way. Also, penny-sized hail with this storm. Yes, it is radar indicated. There is. This is not confirmed right now. This rotation kind of in a weird spot though. You'll see it here on the radar. I'll kind of line it up here. Here's where the rotation is. It's back here in the back of this storm. Not really lined up in a way you'd expect, really. It's very weird, to say the least. Not a very healthy looking cell for the most part, but still a tornado warning nonetheless for Natchez. Really hard to tell if anything will go on here very soon. Trying to pull up a camera here, seeing if we can see anything with this one. Well, I have to wait till it's basically facing towards Natchez before we can see anything, because this is our only view right here from Natchez. This is the only view. This is looking to the east from the bridge across the Mississippi River. Not the best look in the world, but we should be able to see something cross over here if there is anything. But I hope y'all are having a good afternoon. If you don't know who I am, well, we now have a name tag on here. I'm student meteorologist Ashton Champion, a junior at Mississippi State. I have my colleagues behind me that work with me here at Magnolia State Weather. Jake, right here in the darker blue. Hudson in the lighter blue back there. They'll be on the live stream throughout the night as we try to make it through here. But if you're not watching on YouTube, you can look up Magnolia State Weather on YouTube. Pull us up on a TV. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Easiest way for you to get your weather coverage on a TV. But that's the current timing there. 425 for Natchez, 509 for Fayette. I think this is moving a little quicker than they have kind of set on there, so I'll speed it up just a little bit. Let's refresh that. 423 Natchez, 501 Fayette is where we have for Adams County, and then eventually moving there into Jefferson County. Here's the view from the bridge in Natchez. It's rainy there. Storm moving over. We'll be able to see if there's anything really with this storm. I'm not really too worried about that camera. It's not the best view right now. looking at the rotation, I mean, it's a broad area of rotation. Was definitely tighter a few minutes ago, but it's also in a area of the storm that you don't usually see rotation. It might just be where the radar is in relation to this storm. Um, I am using the Baton Rouge radar, so let's look at the Jackson radar here. Might have a better view of this storm. Yeah, and you can see it there. Hard to kind of make out to the untrained eye, but you can definitely see well-defined inflow there as it crosses the Mississippi River. You have an outflow around the storm, around the back end, but this is about to really move into Natchez. Like I said, nothing confirmed on the ground. That's good. That's what we want to. That's how we want to keep it. We don't want this to be a confirmed tornado. But for now, it's just radar indicated penny-sized hail with this storm as it moves off to the northeast. For Bude, the storm's way off to your north for now. Looking at some storms farther south in Louisiana that are eventually going to move up into Mississippi and cause issues, but for now, this is the only cause of concern right now, is this storm over near Natchez. If you're on Facebook, please like and share the live stream. It's going to be the easiest way for us to share the stream and grow here at Magnolia State Weather over there on Facebook. Oh, I was wondering where the other tornado warning is. There's now a tornado warning that includes Montgomery, Alabama. Honestly, that wasn't even on the cards for today, really, over there in Alabama. A pretty big cell there, but overall rotation kind of all over the place. I mean, maybe you have something in there near Montgomery, but that's where that other tornado warning is right now. Are you seeing anything back there, Jake, or are you just...
Uh, I'm not seeing anything.
All right, that's good.
Nothing else to note right now. There's a cell that is kind of picking up steam south of Meadville. It's kind of notable as well. Not as like connected.
Yeah. So what Hudson's talking about is these other cells. So since we don't have a confirmed tornado over there in Natchez, we'll look at what's kind of going on around the area right now. You have these cells, one near Meadville, one over near Magnolia, kind of clumps of cells that are starting to come together that could produce supercells here in the next little bit. Get this other cell north of Baton Rouge. So these are moving off to the northeast and will eventually kind of turn eastward once they get big enough. And those will be storms we're worried about as we go into the evening time. We'll go back and look at this cell near Natchez, the one that has that tornado warning on it. See some definite rotation with this storm. This is about to cross into Natchez. So if you're in Natchez, I would suggest probably being in a safe space. Just trying to see if I can find us any views here with these storms. Kind of hard to see anything right now. Here's a view. I mean, not anything out of the ordinary going on, just some rain and some lightning from this camera. This camera, in relation to the radar, is going to be right here. I'm circling it. I'm going to bring it back. This blue circle I've highlighted, that's where your camera is that we're kind of looking at. This is looking off to the east. This is US 84 east of Louisiana. And so we won't be able to see if there's anything in this storm until after it passes.
I was asking about Smithfield.
Currently in Smithdale, I mean, no cause of concern right now. You should be good over there in Smithdale for now. Yeah, this cell that this Natchez storm's kind of connected to, kind of falling apart right now, is what it looks like. This storm was up to like 54,000 feet, or 55,000 feet earlier, and now it might be back up there. It kind of died down for a little bit. I'm saying 53,000 feet, so Storm still got some steam with it. Not looking the most organized in the world, but it's trying. Definitely some rotation with this one. You can see it here with high res. If I put it on storm relative velocity, you can see it's kind of more of a broad area of rotation, but still something to watch. National Weather Service of Jackson decided that this storm was rotating enough to issue a tornado warning there in Adams County. This will be in Natchez within the next 5 minutes, really, and then Fayette by 5:04. This is not really like one of those systems where you're expecting a strong line to move through. Really, I don't think we're expecting a big squall line with this. Really, it depends on storm mode, but from what I've seen, I've not seen anything that's really showing us that we'll have a squall line type event tonight. Just supercells that have the ability to produce tornadoes. And so, remember, if you're watching on Facebook, I ask you to go to our YouTube channel if you want to watch on a TV. Look up Magnolia State Weather. It'll put you up on the big screen. Easy way to watch us live there if you're a new viewer.
It just should.
Here's still what it looks like there in Natchez. Nothing out of the ordinary at the bridge, but still, just heavy rain and some lightning there from the bridge. This is about to move over this bridge camera here. One thing I do want to note right now is that we're kind of seeing this kind of hole on the radar here. This is not what is normally considered a BWER, bounded weak echo region. It's not one of those because you have to do a cross section of the storm with it. But a radar hole does tell us that maybe the storm has good rotation there, and it will try to drop something here soon. More than likely, definitely a mesocyclone on this storm, but really the question on if this storm can survive and produce a tornado is still kind of up in the air right now. Not looking too impressive right now. Still only radar indicated, but that's where we are now. New severe thunderstorm warning for a tornado being possible and 60-mile-an-hour winds with this Natchez storm. So, severe thunderstorm warning for that. We look back over to our storm here in Montgomery, here in Alabama. Well-defined hook there. Oh, my word. Look at that. Well-defined hook there. If we look at the velocity, though, I mean, it's all up in there right now. Still radar indicated through the Lowndes Wildlife Management Area, but that's heading off towards Montgomery, Alabama, the capital of Alabama. Yeah, it looks like that's kind of like a splitting part of this cell, um, Jake. That's really kind of grown out.
Yeah. Oh, you're on it too? Oh, you're on something
So that's where we are with this Natchez cell. I'm not really too concerned with this storm right now.
different.
Um,
Yeah. Seems to be weaker.
sorry, I'm gonna have to get a water here very shortly. What I will be worried about is these other cells trying to form up right now. These north of Baton Rouge, this clump of cells trying to form together. The clump over Magnolia and Macomb right now, and then the one south of Meadville could become a problem later. Special weather statement for Canton for half-inch hail, so mothball size hail is a concern for this storm entering Madison County and in Yazoo County. Right now, plenty of lightning here. Might try to get a camera on it fairly soon. Let's see if I can.
There's no cameras around.
There's one up there in Canton. I know that one.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what it looks like north of Canton. Very good view of this storm from the MDOT traffic cam. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Someone asking what I said about Macomb. Oh, just watching these cells that are moving to the north past Macomb right now. As they get farther north, they might try to organize into a supercell. Once they get towards like Brookhaven and Hazelhurst, we're just kind of watching those cells right now. Still, that tornado warning active, moving through Natchez right now. Like I said, I'm not too concerned about it. Looking at it from the radar in Jackson, really that area of rotation has kind of broadened out, really. Hard to tell what's going on in this cell. Just overall broad rotation, but nothing too concerning. I mean, this storm is kind of falling apart very fast. Not looking nearly as impressive as it did earlier. Kind of, you don't even see a well-defined, that well-defined kidney bean shape that you normally look for in supercells. So that cell might be trying to recycle for right now, but it might be a second before that storm becomes a problem. The next storm that we're really seeing kind of form together now is this one south of Meadville. I think this one might be one to watch because we already have lightning with the storm now. And so if I look at the echo tops, so the echo tops tell us how tall is this storm that's kind of forming. And so the one over near Natchez, it was up at 55,000 feet at one point. Right now, showing 51 the highest. This storm down south of Meadville is up to 45,000 feet, so only about another mile to go. And this could be a supercell to watch here soon. Really, what you'll probably see happen soon is on this cell. You'll see how it's kind of stretched out. It's stretched out from east to west. And so one thing you'll probably see happen here before too long is the back end of this cell is eventually going to turn and go kind of southward. You're going to see it kind of make that hook shape. And so eventually this storm is going to go from this long shape to kind of making that kidney bean supercell shape that we see before really when these things are trying to rotate. So that's going to be something to watch as this storm continues to grow. Is will it start to get that hook? Will this be a storm that has the potential to produce a tornado? Considering it's already at 45,000 feet, I'd say that we need to watch it for sure. Like I said, kind of slow right now. It's a slow start to this event, and really, I think that it's going to be one of those where we might get a few storms that have tornado warnings. I mean, it really is a high ceiling, low floor event. So, really, who knows what's going to happen? Really, the energy's there. I'd say that the energy is there to produce tornadoes. It's there to support tornadoes, but is the background environment there to kind of get these storms going? It's hard to tell. All right, back. Sorry, I was trying to figure out something. Still rotate. This Natchez storm still rotating. Overall, I mean, this storm looks rough at this point. The Hook region has kind of disconnected from the main part of this cell, and so what that's telling me is that this is not really too healthy of a storm anymore. It can still possibly spin something up real quick, but I mean, um, kind of hard for a storm to do something when it's kind of ripping itself apart. So I think they'll probably remove this tornado warning before too long. Let's quickly look at it from the Jackson radar. You got velocity in here, some rotation, very broad rotation though. So really, I'm not concerned with this tornado warned cell anymore. That's outside of Natchez going along Highway 84 towards Meadville right now. My focus kind of shifts to the storm that's kind of entering Meadville now, that has lightning with it, that just came through the Homachita National Forest and is moving to the north, kind of up into the cell that is currently tornado warned. And so that's going to be something to watch here in the next 30 minutes or so. So if you look at this cell that's nearing Meadville, over about the last, let's look at it over about the last hour or so. Really, it's only really formed up in the last 20 minutes. It was here just over the Mississippi-Louisiana state line and really has formed up in the last 20 minutes. And so that's what these storms over near Magnolia will more than likely try to do in the next 30 minutes or so. Because if we look at the echo tops on those storms are starting to rise. They're up to 38,000 feet. So they're getting up there, 39,000 feet. So they're starting to get tall. So yeah, storms starting to fire up now is I think what we're starting to see with these storms. New severe thunderstorm warning. That's on the cell we're looking at here. Up here, north of Canton. Quarter size hail possible with this storm. You can kind of see the storm base off in the distance. Winds less than 50 miles an hour with this one, but quarter size hail in there. And so that includes Canton and also Western Leake County.
Cloud high there.
So this storm that's north of Jackson over Canton has really reached up there. Very, very high cloud tops. Hudson said he's found somewhere where it's over 58,000 feet. So very, very high storm. But just simply not the rotation there for the storm north of Jackson, but a large hail possible in the Canton area, in northern Madison County, but then also for western Leake County over about the next 30 to 45 minutes. And once again, here's that view from Canton. You can see it off in the distance, low cloud base. So very, very high storm, very tall storm, which is why we have large hail with this one, but simply not the synoptic kind of forcing there that's going to cause rotation there near Jackson. And so what this is probably saying is that areas north of Jackson are more than likely probably in a decent place when it comes to kind of what's there for a storm to rotate. The cold front may have already moved far enough south where these storms just simply can't rotate north of Jackson, but they're able to get pretty tall, and so that's why we have a hail threat north of Jackson right now. I wouldn't say it's impossible for these storms to get rotation now, but looks like these storms are more a hail concern over towards Canton and Carthage than a tornado concern. Tornado warning down for Natchez has been allowed to expire, but now a new special weather statement down south. So that special weather statement includes Fayette, Port Gibson, Highway 28, Highway 547, Highway 18, as well as U.S. Highway 61. Special weather statement for 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. That's for Adams County, Jefferson County, Copiah County, Lincoln, Franklin, and Claiborne counties. So if you're in this blue box, know that gusty winds and some small hail are possible there. And so, like I said, so the cells we were worried about down here near Magnolia, lightning beginning to form just north of Tylertown. We're seeing some strikes now with this cell north of Tylertown. We'll see if we can get a camera on it. But these storms now starting to get that fuel, starting to get going. Here's what it looks like in Osika, looking to the north. This is up towards the storm that's over Macomb right now. Hard to see a lot going on, but you can definitely see to the north a large kind of cell forming. It looks like it has decent structure with it. Kind of hard to tell with the untrained eye, but looks like you have some decent structure there with these cells that are trying to form. Overall, still going to have a little bit longer till these cells fully mature and become a problem. Once again, let's look at that tornado warning over towards Montgomery. Oh, that's a very outflow dominant cell is what it looks like. But very decent area of rotation there. If you know anybody in Montgomery, Alabama, near the capital of Alabama, tell them to kind of be aware. Very strong storm moving into their area with a tornado warning. New special weather statement. This includes Meadville and includes Brookhaven. Expires in 40 minutes. This is for Lincoln and Franklin counties. 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail as that storm south of Meadville continues to intensify. So we're kind of at that waiting stage right now where storms are strengthening. They're not strong yet, but they're strengthening. And that will continue to take place over the next hour to hour and a half. So 3 special weather statements and a severe thunderstorm warning across Mississippi right now. You can see it on the radar here, some blue, this blue and purple on the radar, telling us that large hail is in this storm north of Canton. This is over Stump Bridge Road, Mount Pilgrim Road, and over St. John Missionary Baptist Church right now. That's in northern Madison County. And moving off to the east towards western Leake County. And so this will continue on. This will cross Highway 17, Highway 43, and will eventually cross over, what is this? The Natchez Trace Parkway in the next little bit. So I think the next storm we'll see get a special weather statement is probably these that are forming north of Tylertown now, since we're starting to see the lightning with them. Probably not long until we see large hail form. So they just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Madison County and Leake County. Now 60-mile-an-hour winds with this storm. So it's still intensifying a little. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail are the concern right now.
I think this That one.
All right, so we're talking about those storms strengthening right now. We're kind of, like I said, we're kind of at a waiting game right now. I'll see if we can get that camera back here north of Canton. And here's the view south of Canton. This is what it looks like south of Canton right now. Very interesting view. That's what it looks like. This is looking south from Canton. Very, very windy. So more than likely, some outflow from these cells. This is directly in that storm, actually, looking off to the south. And so very windy, very low cloud base from this MDOT traffic cam. Definitely gusty winds in with that storm. Lots of lightning. Can't really see it here from this angle of the sky cam, but looking to the north, it's fairly strong and lots of rain and lots of heavy rain over the Canton area. Let's see if we can get a different view here. So here's the view to the north. What it looks like looking north. Lots of rain. You can see visibility is not the best, but not seeing tons of lightning strikes right now. Kind of hard to pick them out in the daytime, but definitely a strong storm. And so this is the main concern still right now is this hail threat and damaging wind threat with this severe thunderstorm warning in Madison County. That's moving off to the east fairly quickly. I think it's at about 45 miles an hour right now, 40 miles an hour. So not moving too fast, but still not moving slow, definitely. And whenever you have more and more rain forming in front of it, it kind of makes it seem like it's moving a little quicker. And so that'll be near Carthage at 5:02, Philadelphia 5:35 is the current timing on that storm reaching those areas as it continues on to the east. Pearl River 5:26. We'll see Revive 4:46, Wiggins 4:55. That's Wiggins in Leake County, not Wiggins in Stone County. And so Redwater 5:03. Luther 5:08, Renfro 5:11, just naming out communities ahead of this storm. Yeah, ain't nobody on the highway slowing down for this storm right now. That's for sure. Are these storms taking up the storm energy? I'd say a little bit, but I mean, not really much has happened kind of in the area we're expecting the main threat to be. So here's what we're going to be watching, like this Brookhaven storm here. We're going to be watching this rotation try to strengthen over the next little while. And so if it can continue to strengthen, these storms will probably be the primary threat over the next little while. And so really I think this storm over Meadville and this storm north of Macomb is going to be probably the areas, the storms to watch over the next little bit, but also the storm that's kind of moving near Clinton and Greensburg, Louisiana. We keep seeing these little storms starting to form, and all of them are strengthening right now, moving from the Florida parishes of Louisiana to the north into South Mississippi, and they're really moving into the environment that we're thinking is capable of producing tornadoes. Do you have anything, Jake?
Uh, no, not much really. Just kind of watch just kind of watching these storms. The environment is going to become more conducive for rotation as time goes on. But the lower level jet kind of kicks in, that shear will increase over time.
Well, right now, those storms that we've just mentioned are heading basically uh, northeast, or basically almost moving north, really. They're kind of moving in this direction, directly kind of to the north, maybe a little bit northeast. But as soon as these storms become a little bigger, they'll kind of turn eastward. And once those storms turn eastward, that will be whenever we start really getting worried of a tornado threat, because they kind of have to turn so that they can kind of get perpendicular. Yeah, so that they can get perpendicular of the kind of wind direction, and that really allows a lot of rotation to form fairly quickly. So let's look at a model real quick. Let's look at the HRRR. Kind of it's picked up on these storms already, moving through the area, and what the HRRR is showing is more storms kind of strengthening as we go throughout the evening. This is what it could look like at about 7 o'clock. Um, Storms moving through South Mississippi. They will continue to move through the nighttime hours. This is 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, midnight, and so hopefully by midnight, 1 a.m. is whenever it really starts weakening, and then any thunderstorm will really be out of here by around 6 to 7 a.m. That's when we'll see the storms completely move out of here. But anyways, I hope y'all are having a nice afternoon so far. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Like I said, just playing the waiting game, kind of waiting for these storms to get somewhere. I got a hook on this new storm, or got a hook on this storm trying to form. Maybe it's kind of hard to tell.
Noticed.
Um, we'll have to wait a few more scans to see if this is a hook or if it's just something on radar that's kind of making it look a little scary. I mean, when you have a very tall storm, sometimes you can get some rotation. So that's what we're watching here. We'll see if any rotation kind of forms right here across Highway 43 here in the next few minutes. Yeah, it already refreshed on radar. It's not really a hook. It's just something on radar that made it look a little scarier than it was. Good to drive from Jackson to Jeff Davis County. Um,
The
I'm not sure. I don't know if I can answer that question right now. Um, I mean, if you left right now, you'd probably be fine, but um, I'd say you have some strong storms developing south of Jeff Davis County, so uh, probably will start storming there soon.
Yeah, I mean he's got about 30 or so, maybe like 45 minutes.
Yeah, 45 minutes or so before it reaches Prentice.
I was talking about Monticello, but Prentice would be more like an hour.
Yeah. Yep. So, anyways, let's kind of look at the broad picture for right now. We'll look at where the tornado watch is. Tornado watch spanning across most of um, Mississippi and Alabama, as well as Louisiana. We still have a tornado watch issued all the way into eastern Texas, through South Mississippi and Central Mississippi, and then across most of the state of Alabama. Right now is where we see that tornado watch. That's all the areas kind of in yellow across the South. That's until 11 o'clock here in South Mississippi. We'll go back. We'll see if we can get a camera on these. Um, Looking at this storm farther south, near Brookhaven. That storm has already started to kind of form its kind of hook. So it'll be interesting to see if this is a storm to watch here soon. Definitely considering it's already rotating. I mean, we're seeing that hook shape already. I wonder how many thousand feet this is up to right now. But look at the echo tops. I mean, we're already up to 50,000 feet, 51,000 feet on this storm is what I'm seeing. So, looks like this storm's ready to produce something fairly soon. Still probably got a few more minutes till it gets itself going, but that was the storm I said we were watching a while ago. And so probably some large hail crossing 84 right now between the communities of Monroe and Quinton. And soon this storm will turn to the east. We'll start heading probably towards Brookhaven or Weston in the next little bit. Maybe up towards Hazelhurst. Really kind of unpredictable where exactly this storm will turn. But I expect this storm to kind of go off of its northeast trajectory soon and start turning more to the east. So right now that cell is between Meadville and Brookhaven, moving off to the northeast. If it kept at this direction, it would more than likely head towards Hazelhurst. But really, we're waiting to see if this storm starts to turn to the east. So the current direction is kind of up that way towards Hazelhurst, but whenever it turns, it'll probably turn to the east, and so we're kind of waiting for that. Not seeing much rotation with the storm yet. I mean, you have some trying to form, but overall, I mean, still fairly weak. It's going to be a little bit till that storm gets kicking. Two more cells to watch that are strengthening is this cell north of Columbia and north of Tylertown. This one has some lightning that's being developed as it moves off to the northeast towards Monticello and towards Prentice. That one's one that we're watching to strengthen over the next hour to hour and a half, 2 hours or so. And then you have another cell between Clinton and Greensburg. This is one of the other ones that are going to be strengthening, and it's probably going to become a dominant cell before too long. Probably another hour and a half on that cell as well. We'll go back up and look at our severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds entering into Leake County right now. That hail core, this purple on the radar, is entering into Forest Grove, Oklahoma, and going to eventually head towards Wiggins on Highway 16. And so that's moving into Leake County right now. Hail and damaging winds possible with this, and this will move towards Carthage within the next little bit. We'll see if they extend the severe thunderstorm warning through Carthage and towards Philadelphia, but right now it's cutting itself off right now for western Leake County. Lots and lots of lightning with that one. I mean, that's a lot of lightning strikes. Whoops, sorry. Let me clean this up just real quick. Turn these off for now. The overall general storm motion is kind of to the northeast, except with the bigger storms that are starting to try to turn to the east. Jaden, I would say if these storms continue to strengthen, these will more than likely be the storms that we're worried about with large hail, damaging winds, and potentially some tornadoes. One thing that's always interesting to watch is these cells on the Baton Rouge kind of side. Just these storms that form over towards Baton Rouge and in Louisiana are going to be the ones that move here into South Mississippi. So that's why I keep watching the radar there towards Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So still, just one severe thunderstorm warning, 3 special weather statements right now. The one tornado warning is over here in Alabama, south of Montgomery. Still just radar indicated, but also half dollar size hail with that storm. Overall, very broad rotation, not as strong as it looked earlier. We play it through, and it's been, I mean, kind of inflow dominated for a while. Hard to tell, really. Yeah, very kind of inflow and outflow dominant in different portions of the storm. So, just not really a very organized storm there, but still a tornado warning that includes Montgomery, Alabama. Let's look for a camera here. There's a new camera out right now. See if we can see anything with this one. This is what it looks like to the west of Canton right now. Interesting view here. A low cloud base as the storms have moved off to the east already. Probably a lot of fuel gone there in Canton, so I mean, there's more storms off to the west right now, but I don't know if those will have much chance to produce severe weather in the next hour or so. This is a good look. This is north of Forest right now. Looking up to the north towards Carthage. It's hard to see here, but you can see off in the distance a big old storm. That's the one that's nearing Carthage. And new severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Brookhaven and Wesson. So it includes southern Lincoln County, Copiah County, and parts of Franklin County. We'll switch over to it here on radar. So new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds as this storm continues to strengthen. So usually when a storm turns east, it means that the storm can kind of move in a different direction than the surface winds. And so that's whenever you start getting a lot of rotation with these storms because it kind of increases the difference in directional shear. And so it's kind of hard to explain, but usually when they turn east, yes, it's normally more of a bad thing. What do I estimate for West Hattiesburg close to Highway 98 or Sumrall? I'd say, I mean, you could see some severe weather today. You might see nothing. I mean, I'd be prepared. We're still expecting some storms to form with a tornado potential. And so it's kind of one of those, we're not expecting a big line to come through. So not everyone will see everything probably. But kind of hard to tell exactly what'll go on there in Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg's kind of in that area that's like it could get bad, it could stay fine. It's just a toss up there. Is this the beginning of the severe weather? Probably. It's probably going to get worse as we go into the overnight hours. New severe thunderstorm warning that includes Carthage, Walnut Grove, and northern Scott County. And so that's for quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's what we have over here. 509 Carthage, 519 Walnut Grove is when that storm's expected to reach you there. Not really a tornado potential with this storm. Not really worried about tornadoes here. But damaging winds and large hail possible with that storm there in Lee County. New special weather statement now. That's for the storm we were talking about in Louisiana. Now between Clinton and Kentwood. Moving off to the northeast. Special weather statement expires in 45 minutes for 40-mile-an-hour winds and mothball size hail, so hail of about half an inch. So now 3 severe thunderstorm warnings and 4 special weather statements. That's what we're looking at here. And so we'll continue to watch these storms form here across the next hour or so. Will the weather be done by 11 o'clock? They issued a tornado warning until 11. That'll be a tornado watch. A tornado watch until 11. That means that conditions are favorable for tornado development. So remember, a watch means that conditions are favorable. A warning means that you need to get in your safe spot. A tornado is either on the ground or has the potential to touch down in the next few minutes. The bad weather should be done by 11, but really we're kind of expecting this to move on. I'd say be kind of done by 1 o'clock, really, with thunderstorms completely moved out by about 6 o'clock. That's when 6 a.m. That's when they'll move out of the state. But severe weather should be done by about 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m. or so. That's a rough estimate. So for the storm down here near Brookhaven, we look at the rotation again. We're starting to see some weak rotation form with this one. There it is. It's fine. It's developing its RFD and its inflow notch. We can see it now. You see the broad rotation here into the storm, out of the storm. So this storm has now kind of reached a mature state, still maturing though. But this storm has now gotten to a point where within the next 30 minutes, 15, 30 minutes, is when we will be worried about maybe this storm becoming a tornado warned cell before too long. We'll have to wait and see. Still kind of weakish, not the best structure, but it's getting there. We'll have to see how it interacts with the rain to its north. But this is a cell that's still strengthening as it moves off to the northeast. That's that new severe thunderstorm warning with quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's now north of Highway 84 over the Louisiana community, about to move over Williams and Cobbs. Not worried about a tornado threat right now with that cell, but could be a problem later on. So that one's now started rotating. If we look a little farther south, if we look a little farther south, I mean, the storms here north of Tylertown trying to start getting their act together. Not quite there yet. Same could be said for the storms to the west of Kentwood, Louisiana. Still a strong storm up about to enter Carthage. Entering Carthage now, about to enter Walnut Grove. This is moving into Carthage within the next few minutes. Walnut Grove 5:19 is the approximate timing. Pearl River about 5:30 is when we're going to see that storm reach there. Gusty winds and large hail is your main concern, but also lightning. People asking about that rotation that's kind of started forming near Brookhaven. It's still not a concern of mine. But I mean, we can use the correlation coefficient to kind of see there is an inflow notch forming on this one. You can see it right there. Correlation coefficient kind of makes it a little easier to see that. We can definitely see it there. We move over to velocity. You got something trying to form there for sure as the storm strengthens. Here's where you can see it. It's between Meadville and Brookhaven. Like I said, not a concern right now. We'll worry about it. It has to have a little more time before it's really a concern of dropping anything. Just overall, a storm trying to form a mesocyclone with it, which shows that this is a strengthening storm. But that's moving off to the northeast towards Wesson and Hazelhurst right now. Special weather statement for northern Tangipahoa Parish, southern Amit County, southern Pike County, as well as East Feliciana Parish and St. Helena Parish for 40-mile-an-hour winds and 50-inch or in half-inch hail. But as I say, that severe thunderstorm warning on it for a tornado being possible, quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm not seeing where the tornado possible is at. Maybe on the backside of this storm. Jake, see if you can get me some information on that. I'm not sure why it has a tornado possible tag on it. Definitely not looking very good structural wise, unless it's back here for this that's over Hatchersville. But severe thunderstorm warning now for that. That includes Kentwood, Greensburg, Osika, and southern Amit County and southern Pike County. New special weather statement. That's north of Columbia, south of Prentice. That expires in 26 minutes for 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. That's moving up to the northeast towards Bassfield, Ebenezer, and Goss, and is currently over the community of Holly Springs there in Marion County. So now 3 severe thunderstorm warnings are in our area. Really 4, but really 3. And so this storm that's over here, the one that just got severe thunderstorm warned, is going to continue to move off to the northeast, going to head towards Magnolia, and will eventually head towards Monticello and Prentice within about the next hour and a half to 2 hours. Remember, if it's easier for you to do it, look up Magnolia State Weather on YouTube, and you can watch us there on YouTube and pull us up on a TV. It's the easiest way to kind of pull us up there without having to kind of Bluetooth to your TV or however it works. I barely even know how it works, really. I'm continuing to monitor this storm. That's kind of over near Brookhaven. Really, same amount of rotation as the storm to its west, but it's not even severe thunderstorm warned. And that storm has also died out, so still weak rotation there. My favorite word of the night is probably rotation, if I'm gonna lie. But anyways, if you're just now tuning in, welcome to Magnolia State Weather. I'm student meteorologist Ashton Champion. We're here at the Apo Roofing and Construction Weather Center. If you have any damage to your house, call 601-498-1546 for a free estimate, and they will work with you and your insurance. And we'll also offer you free tarping to help you keep your home kind of safe while you're getting ready for damage repair. So if you have any problems, call them over at Apo Roofing and Construction. Still watching this severe thunderstorm warning that's entering Carthage and eventually going to head towards Walnut Grove. Overall, some gusty winds with this one and large hail. Expires in 53 minutes, but for this cell that's nearing Carthage and entering Carthage, lots of lightning. Looks like hail might be in there, but damaging winds I think is going to be your primary threat. After these storms move through Brookhaven, does it look like there'll be another risk? Maybe later. Depends on if more cells move through the area. It's kind of hard to tell for now. It's about a 50-50 shot after this storm moves through. We can go back to the Skycam now in Osika now. Let's see what that looks like. Probably going to look a little better now, unless the camera's down. Alright, so here's the view from Osika. I'll pull that up here now. So this is the view in southern Pike County. Looking off to the south into the storm. Gonna see lightning strikes start to kind of increase with this one. They still got a tornado warning on that storm in Montgomery. Honestly, wouldn't even be shocked if that's on the ground at this point, looking at it. Now, that might be a tornado on the ground. Right there. I wouldn't be shocked if that's a tornado. That might be a tornado on the ground. Out of the state news right now, tornado warning outside of Montgomery. They just issued an extension on this tornado warning. So if you know anybody in Bullitt County, Macon County, or Montgomery County, Alabama, tornado warning over there. Honestly, a fairly tight area of rotation between Bellwood Estates and Perry Mills. This is in Alabama, mind you. Right here, that's where that area of rotation is. And so right now, still a radar indicated area of rotation, but as of right now, nothing being lofted on the radar is what we're seeing, so that's good. So still just a radar indicated area of rotation. No signs that anything has fallen and dropped yet, but that's the situation over there near Montgomery. Do you have anything on that tornado possible tag, Jake?
I'm not seeing really anything that's like any feature that looks very resemblant of a like any rotation they'd be looking at. My best guess is they think the environment, they think the supercell structure is like a very early stage and maybe later on could gain some rotation, but I'm not seeing any rotation that indicates something coming up yet.
All right. Interesting. Still watching this storm to the west of Brookhaven, kind of going over Brookhaven right now. Overall, rotation still fairly weak with that one. That storm still has a while to go before it has a chance to. Storm north of Columbia has now started having some rotation with it, but overall, that storm is not mature yet. Still kind of growing. So we've been sitting here for about the last hour or so. I've been telling you we're just kind of watching these cells mature, and so we're still going through that process. I think we might be nearing the halfway point of these storms really getting mature, so we'll have to see over the next hour where these cells continue to go. Now, they're moving off to the northeast, so we'll see where they get by time they are able to form up to something. But just in 70-mile-an-hour winds now with the storm that just moved through Carthage. And so destructive. This is a PDS, a severe thunderstorm warning now, I think. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. I don't think this is PDS, actually. I don't think 80 is PDS. So 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail that just moved through Carthage. Moving off to now kind of the southeast towards Walnut Grove. So we'll eventually head into southern Neshoba County is what it looks like. Looks like this will mainly move south of Pearl River. But it looks like this storm may be along some sort of boundary and has strengthened as it's moving off to the east. We're now seeing an outflow boundary form, so I don't know what exactly this would do. I don't know if that's the outflow boundary or if that's the cold front that has now reached Jackson. You can see it on radar here, but it's moving off to the south fairly slowly right now, but it looks like that might be what this storm is kind of holding on to. I'd have to look and see where we're sitting on that. Temperature still in the 80s there in Jackson, so probably not the cold front. Well, at least some of these are old now. Roughly 2 hours ago is what I'm seeing on these observations, so I'll probably restart the app here in a second. Okay, let's switch back over to the camera here in Osaka. Lots of heavy rain there, some lightning. This storm's really starting to downpour now as it moves over this camera. Back to the radar, I'd say that that's more than likely just an outflow boundary because, I mean, we're still sitting 75 Starkville, 75 Louisville, upper 70s in Jackson. And you're sitting at 66 in Vicksburg, but I think that storm went through there, has really cooled it off. I guess we'll have to wait and see here over the next few minutes. In 66 in Aberdeen, 73 in West Point. So our cold front is sitting somewhere like Vicksburg, right north of Starkville. Kind of this is where we're seeing our cold front set up. So anything north of that's not really going to have any energy, and I think that's what this storm has latched onto is the cold front. Tornado possible now with this storm. $50 size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Let's look at the velocity. Yeah, you might have a tornado in here. This is north of Gill, or no, south of Gill, going over the community of Gill, about to cross over State Highway 35 and crossing over Macbeth Road right now. Looking at the correlation coefficient, not seeing anything being lofted right now, but tornado possible on that. So I want us to watch that one. I think this is going to be interesting to watch and see if we might have gotten a quick tornado in here or if a quick tornado is about to form. Here's what it looks like north of Forest. Looking into that storm, you might see some lightning in the distance. Overall, getting pretty rough outside here as the storm moves through, but we should keep internet. Not looking too bad. We're not connected to Starlink today. But if you can't hear me for a second because it gets rough outside, that's probably why. But yeah, tornado possible with this one crossing over 35 between Tucker's Crossing and Estimil in Lake County. That's not Tucker's Crossing in Jones County. That's Tucker's Crossing in Leake County. Could have also just had an anticyclonic tornado in there, but who knows at this point. Looking here, not seeing anything lofted on radar, so that's good. So if anything, if a tornado did quickly form in there, it's more than likely because was weak enough that it didn't loft debris very high. So that would be a good thing. A lot of tornadoes we have here in Mississippi are weak enough where they're not shown on radar. The debris not being lofted up high enough. Let me switch over to radar here. Sorry. Most tornadoes that we have here are not strong enough to loft debris high enough where we can see it on radar. And so that might be what we're having here. We'll see. If we had a quick tornado over there near Gill, we'll see it with power outages here soon, probably. But yeah, tornado possible with that severe thunderstorm that's moving through Leake County. That is south of Carthage, between Carthage and Walnut Grove right now, crossing over Highway 35. They've dropped several of these special weather statements right now. Just 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. The most concerning of those is going to be the one they're in, crossing over Carthage right now. The storm over Brookhaven looks like it might be struggling now. Not seeing any, really anything notable right now with rotation with that storm. If we look at the echo tops, that storm looks like it is weakened a little bit. And so now we're going to really see, are these storms going to be able to kind of sustain themselves? So looking in here at where that rotation is, that's crossing over Estimil right now, over Highway 35, and over Crower Creek Road. Starling Center Road is in this. Estimil Road and Standing Pine Road is where that kind of rotation is moving over with that storm south of Carthage and north of Walnut Grove. Looking to the north from Forest, the storm's kind of out there in the distance, about 20 miles north of this camera. You see it out in the distance, but kind of hard to make out with the crispiness of the camera. Can I show an energy forecast? Interesting. Let's see what the HRRR is cooking up. So this is what the HRRR has right now. Plenty of fuel across our area, but as we go into the overnight hours, a lot of those storms are going to eat up this fuel. So I'd still say we have enough fuel to support severe weather, but really HRRR kind of falling apart right now in terms of what it looks like a tornado potential. I guess we could look at what it thinks the significant tornado potential is. Really, I think when you get this close to an event, really looking at models doesn't work out too much. So I mean, HRRR is still showing that there's a threat there, so we'll have to continue to watch it. New tornado warning in Louisiana. This is for this is in Evangelis Parish. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Yeah, we got an area of rotation there, radar indicated. We'll see if the National Weather Service in Jackson issues this out. This would head towards Natchez if it continues on. That's where the new tornado warning is. Here, can one of y'all take over for me for just a second? All right, Hudson's about to get on for a second so I can get a water and get my voice figured out. I gotta take something and get my voice figured out. Tornado possible with this severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds for the storm that's heading towards Natchez. Severe thunderstorm warning is into Adams County just a little bit, but kind of in rural Louisiana north of Marksville right now, moving off to the east. And so Hudson's going to pop on for just a little bit, for a few minutes while I get my voice settled. So give him a warm welcome. You can take it over.
Yes, you help. All right, hello everybody. He's gonna be back in about 5 minutes. Until then, you have me and my other colleague just left as well. So, what we were just left with is a discussion about what's happening right here north of Marksville. It looks like it's developing pretty nicely. You can see we still have a warning on a tornado right here. We might see this develop into something soon. So just keep an eye on that, because this might end up coming in about like an hour over to Natchez again. We might get part 2. Hello, Mike. Thanks for watching. So moving on to this Brookhaven cell. Again, it's not as developed as it was. We don't think it's going to develop that much anymore. Obviously we're still keeping an eye on this Magnolia cell over here. I mean, it's doing kind of the similar kind of stuff. Can you point out anything, Jake?
On this side right here? So, I mean, it's not looking terribly organized right now. I mean, the wind threat's definitely there, but I'm not seeing like any huge rotation in that cell. But there is a lot of lightning, so definitely look out for some strengthening.
Yes. Yeah, for Smithdale, I know he would talk about it a little bit earlier, but I don't think there's going to be anything in the I think this cell is the only thing you might need to watch if you live in the Smithdale area. Is right here, Centerville and Liberty. I don't think it's going to move directly in the way of Smithdale. I think it might miss it just by a hair south. But if we go back to this, and this is probably one of the biggest discussions we have, this cell to the east of Carthage, to the west of Philadelphia, a lot of lightning, as you can see. I would definitely get to a safer space, but especially if
we do see a little bit more development over here. I would say based on the way this is presenting, maybe a little bit of rotation here. Definitely a potential of something else to happen soon. We are still seeing wind of 70 miles per hour. You're in Liberty. Well, just make, huh?
No, keep going.
No.
I'll be back on in a few minutes.
If you're in Liberty, just make sure that you are, taking precautions, because a lot of these areas, we are seeing a lot of different warnings all at once. He said that the storms will eat the energy, producing severe storms. That is true. If you live in the Carthage, Philadelphia area, like I said, it is still developing pretty rapidly. Once it gets to about Pearl River, that's when it's probably going to reach a bit more of its development, you would say?
Yeah.
All right, you're coming back.
All
right. Did I say enough that I had?
Yeah, you got
Okay.
All right. Round of applause to Hudson, honestly. He'll be here for whenever I need to take a vocal break, because I'm getting some tea made right now. Like, my voice was struggling for a second. I had to, I left my water. Is that my water?
Yeah.
No, that's mine.
Oh. Okay.
I can get you some.
Yeah, please grab it. My water's out there somewhere.
All right.
Good job, Hudson. That was great.
Thank you.
That is Hudson. He is a year behind me and Jake, actually, but I always like to see him on the stream. He's just getting better every time we put him on.
Aw.
And so, yeah. All right. I'm back. So we'll do a rundown right now as we watch this new, well, I don't think this is new, actually. New severe thunderstorm warning, at least for me, that includes Pearl River, Philadelphia, so central and southern Neshoba County, as well as northern Newton County. And so that's for 70-mile-an-hour winds and $half size hail. Honestly, if you're ahead of the storm, I would suggest, thank you. I would suggest getting to a safe space just because of how much lightning there is. Hail is possible, large hail, and damaging winds, 70 miles an hour with this storm. So I would suggest getting to a safer spot with this storm moving through just because of how destructive it can be. We look farther south, still got a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Louisiana and southern Mississippi, southwestern Mississippi for this storm north of Kentwood and south of Magnolia. It's kind of trying to get its act together. Let's see if I can get this camera going from Osaka once again. It's going to be a nice view of this one. So here's what it currently looks like in Osaka as that storm moves through. Nothing too out of the ordinary. But still, some heavy rain there, definitely. Anyways, we look back over east a little bit. Special weather statement that was north of Columbia. This is going to be allowed to expire in 4 minutes. These storms trying to get something going, but it looks like they might be struggling a little bit. We have tornado warning over to the west in Louisiana for this storm that's going going to be close to Natchez about 30 to 45 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning ahead of that is for a tornado being possible, quarter-size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so, as this storm continues on, this would be near Argo 537, New Era. Sorry, let's get that put up. Oh, new tornado warning. They just continued it on. So now, a tornado warning all the way to the Mississippi River and just outside of Natchez. And so that includes Concordian Parish, Catahoula Parish, southwestern Adams County in Mississippi. This is until 6:30. Radar indicator rotation with this one, so they decided to keep it going. And so this will be over Argo and Book in the next few minutes. This is right now right on the border here. Sorry, not exactly sure where this is right now. Not getting any road markings. This is south of Lardo Lake to the southwest of Lardo. What about Rabbit College in Lena, Mississippi? Can you give me an update on that? Lena, Mississippi. So yeah, new tornado warning here on this one, moving up towards Natchez. Currently in rural Louisiana, to the north of Brulette. If we look at the velocity signature, This thing's kind of coming together now, seeing some tightening area of rotation here. It's not too long before the lower level jet really starts kicking in, and so we might see storms start rotating a little more as we go into the evening hours. We're kind of in a slight radar hole here, kind of hard to tell where exactly, what exactly this storm is doing. But overall, yeah, strong area of rotation here. This will be over Monterey, 553, Armagh, 550, Eva, 547, New Era, 542, Book, 539 is where we're seeing that. This will be towards Natchez around 6:15 or so, so 45 minutes until this reaches Natchez. Here's once again what that cell near Osaka looks like. Lots of heavy rain there. I mean, interstate looks about flooded on that one. Back to this tornado warning. Like I said, I don't think we've had any confirmation of any tornadoes so far today, so that's good. We look back a little farther south now. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is concerning because I'm going to pull up that sounding very soon from 21Z. This cell now, looks like the cells a little farther north have struggled, but this south down north of Kentwood is kind of getting its act together to the west of Tylertown. We're starting to see this storm with pretty good structure here, and it's turned east. We can see it. It has turned east already. I don't know if you agree with me on that, Jake, but it looks like the back end of the storm has started to turn east.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So that's over Osaka. This is the camera we have on it right now. This is moving directly over our camera here. And so if anything was in there, we'd see it. It's probably a little bit off to the east of this already. But if we look back here, this might be one of the storms to watch. New severe thunderstorm warning on it. Tornado possible, quarter-size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so here's where you can see it. This back end of this storm has kind of shifted east now. You can see it a little bit on radar, but it's kind of started turning. And so that's going to be a concern. We look over to the reflectivity, or to the velocity. I mean, look, already rotating, and you can see over the last really 5 minutes or so is when that rotation has started turning. We can look at it from the Baton Rouge radar site. It looks a little worse from the southern radar, but it's working its way into starting to rotate. So we'll have to watch this one to see if this cell is going to be the one to watch. I think it's going to be one of those nights where one or two cells are what we have to watch. And so if that continues on, they'll head towards Tylertown, head towards Columbia, and eventually up towards Bassfield, Laurel. That could be the cell that we're watching for the next little while. And so we'll have to see if this cell can continue to rapidly intensify as it heads up to the northeast. We've seen other cells kind of fall apart, so it's really just going to depend on what environment this storm moves into. If you're in Philadelphia or in Union, you have this storm moving in now. Severe thunderstorm warned, 70-mile-an-hour winds and lots of lightning there in northern Newton County and in south and central Neshoba County. Lots of lightning, lots of wind, and large hail with the storm that's moving through there, about to cross over Highway 15. Lots of stuff we're trying to cover here now. Down to the south, you have that tornado warning. That's north of Marksville, Louisiana. This is south of Natchez, or not south, southwest of Natchez. Looking at the velocity on this one, that one has ramped up pretty quickly. That's just off to the east of Acom and Del Hoste. And so we'll move across the Mississippi River in about 30 minutes. South of the communities of Argo and Book, across Louisiana Highway 124. See if I can get this pulled up here. And so that is moving into Concordia and Parish right now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's moving into Concordia and Parish right now. Crossing into Concordia and Parish from Catahoula Parish, right around that kind of border right there. Sorry, still getting used to our Louisiana parishes we cover right now. Not the best with them so far. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings is what we're dealing with right now, and a tornado warning. You can see that tight area of rotation in here, moving off to the east towards Ackham and New Era. If it continued on, this would reach Natchez in about 40 to 45 minutes. I'm going to continue to watch these cells farther south, just in case they try to start strengthening and kind of don't want to get caught off guard here. So we'll continue to watch that tornado warning over there. This cell that's moving through Philadelphia right now and moving towards Union, that's still the main area of concern right now. Damaging winds with that storm and large hail. Winds up to 70 miles an hour, and now golf ball size hail with this storm as it's about to move into Philadelphia. So if you're in Philadelphia, large hail possible within the next few minutes. So sorry that I'm kind of running around the radar types right now, going between reflectivity and rotation and everything, just trying to get an idea of what these storms are doing right now. I'm actually about to pull up the sounding real quick that we had from New Orleans at, what was that, 4 o'clock? Was that,
21Z.
Oh, we had an 18Z sounding in Jackson. Environment not looking as great as it did. So this was at lunchtime in Jackson. This was a while ago, but obviously showing us that we have plenty of energy across the South. I mean, that is, roughly 3,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. That's lots of energy that we have here. But overall, the low-level rotation not looking all that there. That was at least in Jackson at noon. So we know the energy's there. But then we have a 21Z sounding. This was at, let's see, 21Z would be roughly, I think that's 4 p.m. right now, 3 or 4 p.m. And so, see, lots of rotation across the lower levels of the atmosphere, lots of energy in the atmosphere. That's from New Orleans. Jackson, even more energy. So we have the rotation there, sort of, but lots and lots of energy. So it's kind of one of those things where the storms have the fuel, but can they rotate? That's really the question on what's going on here. So, sorry, I had the nerd out for a second. This storm's going to continue on, too. This is going to eventually head towards DeKalb and maybe even impact the military base in northern Lauderdale County, so the Naval Air Station in Meridian. This storm's going to continue on through those counties in the next hour. I don't see anything stopping that severe thunderstorm warning up in Philadelphia right now. Still rotation on this storm to the east of Osaka, heading up towards Tylertown right now. Not completely developed just yet, but still fuel there to get this storm rotating. Overall, not the best looking structure in the world, but you can definitely see a well-defined kind of kidney bean shape on this one. And they just went tornado warned on it. As I said that, so tornado warning that includes Tylertown, northern Tangipahoa Parish, northern Washington Parish is what that tornado warning is. Southern Pike County and southern Wathall County on this one. So like I said, it includes Tylertown. Moving east at 25 miles an hour. They decided to go ahead and tornado warn it. That's because they can kind of see some rotation in here with this storm. Overall, still kind of broad, but they decided to go ahead and tornado warn it. See if you can get anything on that, please. If y'all can behind me. Interesting. I want to know what their reasoning for the tornado warning is. Big rotation on this storm still down there in Louisiana heading towards Natchez. Lime-sized hail, 2-inch hail possible on this one, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible with this one. If it continues on, that will head towards Natchez by 6:25. So that's a general timing on that. Crossing over Argo Book, New Era, heading into Concordian Parish right now, heading towards Monterey, and eventually we'll cross over Deer Park and Louisiana Highway 15. Then we also have this tornado warning down in Mississippi now. You got a well-defined hook shape here, well-defined supercell. Honestly, maybe a little too defined. Looking at the velocity, not seeing anything too tight here with rotation. A very broad area of rotation over Emerald and Gladhurst right now. Moving on to the northeast towards Tylertown. Planning out where that storm is. This will be over. Oh, whoops, sorry. Let's retry that. So this will be over Tylertown by about 6 o'clock. 20 minutes till this is over Tylertown. So roughly 20-30 minutes till these storms get into a city. But overall, if you're in a rural southern Pike County and rural northern Washington Parish, you have a tornado warning. You need to be in your safe space. Overall, not looking like anything's on the ground right now, but you still need to be ready to be in your safe space whenever the storm heads your way here in the next few minutes. I'm more concerned about this tornado warning back here in Louisiana entering into Concordian Parish. That's heading towards Natchez. That's a concerning area of rotation right there. Very concerning. Overall, that's probably the stronger area of rotation we've seen tonight. Well-defined supercell. These two supercells have really taken on a pretty decent shape as we've now reached the latter portion going towards 6 o'clock now. Looking at the correlation coefficient, that might be, let's see what we have. I don't know if that's debris crossing right there. You definitely got something there on the radar. Does it line up with the velocity? It kind of does. Hard to tell. Might be a little farther south. We'll see if that is debris. We'll get one more scan here, and if it kind of expands as a blue ball here, then we will know that there's a tornado on the ground. Waiting to see what the National Weather Service says. Right now, still radar indicated, but something to watch with this cell there. Overall, probably not debris. Might just be that hole on the radar north of Akeem. Hard to tell. I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know if that's gonna be debris or if that's just a difference in raindrops, but that's right over the that is right over where that rotation is. So if you're ahead of this storm, if you're on Louisiana Highway 129 in Concordian Parish, you need to be in your safe space, because I think that this is about to drop a tornado if it hasn't already. I mean, we might have debris already being lofted. Hard to tell. I don't want to go ahead and say that this is a tornado on the ground because it's not very clear, but a very, very well-known area of rotation there. That is a very strong area. That's over State Route 129 and State Route 909 in Louisiana in Concordian Parish. Heading up towards Natchez. Right now, that's what we're looking at there. Keep an eye on that one while I'm checking out this other storm here. Still got this area of rotation in southern Pike County that's heading up towards Tylertown. It'll be in Tylertown in about 15 minutes. Overall, this area of rotation is not as tight as that one over in Natchez. Still something to be concerned about. So if you're in southern Pike County, southern Walthall County, or northern Washington Parish, be in your safe space as these storms continue to move towards you there. Back to this one over west of Natchez. This storm over here, north of Akeem. I don't know. I think that was debris lofted. Just the way that it's moving kind of tells me that was maybe some lofted debris there. Hard to tell. I'm gonna say that it wasn't for now. And so that's what we're waiting on. Right now, none of these are confirmed. None of these are confirmed to be on the ground, but we definitely need to act like this one that's in Concordian Parish moving up towards Natchez is on the ground. Very, very concerning area of rotation over here. Now, the one over here in Tylertown, nearing Tylertown, is wrapping up. I don't think this one's on the ground. Still fairly weak area of rotation, but if you're in southern Walthall County, you need to be in your safe space with that one. An update for Jasper County, you're fine for now. Any major storms off to your west for now. Jake, what are you thinking on that storm near Natchez?
Natchez.
Our tornado warning to the west.
Shape is still very favorable.
Yeah, it's still looking like a strong couplet. Definitely if it's on the ground, it will be rain wrapped. So it's not going to be a visible tornado if it's on the ground, but it's looking pretty strong.
I agree. Looking at different radars to see if we had anything there. Not seeing anything in terms of debris from the Slidell radar, and so that's probably pretty good, meaning that luckily that probably wasn't debris being lofted. We'll have to wait and see if we have any damage reports from there, but still a very, very strong area of rotation that's now over New Era in Concordian Parish, Louisiana. Next up is that cell that's there in Mississippi, moving towards Tylertown. Like I said, it's in southern Pike County. This is over Progress, over Gladhurst, and over Simmonsville right now. That's where we're looking at that area of rotation. Honestly, not looking the best right now, but still definitely in there. That's also over Smithburg right now. So here it is over Smithburg, because that's going to be, trying to see what radar we're using. Yep, so that's going to be the inflow right here. I believe this is the outflow back here. So that rotation's over Smithburg, and so if we get that rotation kind of planned out into the future, this is over Smithburg right now, going to head up towards Lexi at 5:59, Tylertown by 6:03. It might stay south of Tylertown, but it's kind of hard to know that for sure right now. Planning out for that cell that is in Concordian Parish. This will be over Deer Park 608, Experience Landing 615, St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge 617, Natchez 627. That's our timing on those two cells that we're watching right now that are moving off to the north. I know we're having to manage two different cells right now, but doing what we can. Let me know if y'all see any reports from anywhere, by the way.
I think there were two things that just got updated: the severe thunderstorm warning in Tylertown just got shifted a little bit. Same thing with the tornado warning. That one got updated. Wasn't Natchez just a little bit. They're both still. I think the thing to note with the tornado warning is that there's now like 2-inch hail, golf ball size hail, but
Okay.
it's the main.
So even if there's not a tornado on the ground right now, large hail and gusty winds, another factor with this storm, possibly up to 2 inches in diameter. For the severe thunderstorm warning now to the east of Philadelphia, that's going along Highway 16 right now, moving off to the east. And so if you're in DeKalb there, and if you're in DeKalb there in Kemper County, expect a severe thunderstorm warning here within the next few minutes for large hail. That is a well-defined area of rotation. I think this Tylertown storm is now to a point where this can produce a tornado at any given moment. That storm has really gotten its act together in the last few minutes. Ping pong ball size hail also possible. That's going to be up there towards Tylertown. So 2 well-defined storms now is what we're kind of tracking now across Louisiana and Mississippi right now.
The shape of that hook.
Yeah, that's an insane-looking storm. We'll go back to this Tylertown storm for now. So if you're ahead of this one, this will be Columbia 629, Tylertown 602. This will be in Tylertown in about 10 minutes. If it continues at its current trajectory, it's kind of shifted east a little bit, but now it's starting to move northeast once again. That's a concerning looking cell. We talk about that kidney bean shape that you're always kind of watching. And I mean, that is a well-defined supercell right there heading towards Tylertown. And we know that the environment can produce tornadoes. And so this is what we've been worried about. Looking at the correlation coefficient, looks like that's the inflow notch. So that would be, yeah, I think that's the inflow notch there. So I'm not seeing anything saying that debris is being lofted right now. Yeah, I think that's just the inflow notch that we're seeing. I don't think this blue ball here is debris. Hard to tell. Let me know what you see in that, Jake. That could just be hail in the notch there on the storm.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that as a debris ball.
Yeah, just not the right shape. I mean, it may be. We'll have to wait and see. Looking at it from Jackson, not seeing any debris being lofted from the Jackson radar, so that's good. But still, act as if this is on the ground as this heads up towards Tylertown. If you're in Tylertown, interior-most room of your house, be in a safe space as this heads up towards Tylertown. Looking back at the storm that's heading towards Natchez, lots of rotation on this one. Not seeing anything in terms of debris being lofted as of right now. This is moving through rural Louisiana right now between Akeem and Deer Park. This looks like it'll pass south of Natchez, but within the next about 10 to 15 minutes, this will be crossing over the Mississippi River. Oh, observed tornado. That was debris. So that's a tornado on the ground heading towards Tylertown. If you're watching, this needs to be shared to anybody that knows that you know in Tylertown. They need to be in their safe space. An observed tornado on the ground. They're south of Tylertown, moving up about the crossover Highway 27. This is now in southern Walthall County. Confirmed tornado on the ground and ping pong ball size hail.
Yeah, that latest scan really shows it.
I haven't seen the latest scan just yet. I guess that's it right there. So, tornado warning for people in Walthall County.
It's near Mount Herman, 14 miles north of Franklin.
Yep. So, this tornado is just basically over the community of Dillon, over Dillon's Bridge Road, and crossing over Brockdale Road and the Needham Alfred Cemetery and the Holmes Cemetery over Alfred Road. Make sure you share this live stream to people who are in the path of this, and make sure you share it on Facebook too. This is the easiest way to get this information out. Tornado on the ground there south of Tylertown. So that was a debris ball we were looking at. So that's what we're watching there. Tornado northeast of Smithburg, northwest of Dillon, heading up towards Lexi and Tylertown. If this continues on, this would head towards Tylertown, towards Columbia, and then at that point, we'll see eventually where it goes. I don't want to go too far ahead with this storm. We don't know how long it'll stay on the ground for, but still a tornado on the ground. See if we can find anything here on this one. Kind of where we're looking at the path of this one. Tylertown, you have roughly 10 minutes, maybe a little less than that. Columbia, 6:30 is when this would reach you. We don't have any cameras in the vicinity of this, so we can't look at it right now. Still looking at that debris ball that's heading up towards Tylertown right now. We'll quickly look at our storm over near Natchez just real quick. Looking at the reflectivity, still got that hook shape. Storm near Natchez, though, that thing's still rapidly rotating. This is going to cross over Highway 15 in Louisiana here very soon. And then we'll cross south of Natchez over Highway 61 in about 30 minutes. Right now, that's moving through rural Louisiana. Looks like that debris ball has since kind of gone away, is what we're looking at. So it looks like this is weakened. Not really seeing a lot of debris being lofted right now. But if you're in Lexi, if you're in Tylertown, stay in your safe space, be in your safe spot, interior-most room, because this storm could be on the ground still right now, or could produce something very quickly once again. It's heading up towards Tylertown, towards Cardo, towards Noxo, and eventually up towards Kokomo and Columbia. New severe thunderstorm warning, baseball-size hail heading towards DeKalb. If you've ever seen a baseball, imagine baseballs falling from the sky and more than just one. Baseball-size hail possible with this storm that's nearing DeKalb, that's going through central Kemper County. We've had a report of golf ball-size hail in Neshoba County, but baseball-size hail possible. That's along the Kemper County and Neshoba County line, currently over the community of Cleveland and DeWeese, going along Highway 16, about to cross over Moscow, Cleveland, Mount Nebo, and DeKalb in Kemper County. Sorry, covering lots of different things that we're going through right now here in Mississippi. Like I said, it's a very kind of individual cell type system. We're not going to see a big squall line come through. I don't think that's what we're going to see. We're seeing individual cells producing severe weather and tornadoes across the area. The radar just go down? Oh, I'm good now. And so that rotation currently about to cross over Lexi, following over Stallings Bridge Road right now, up to the northeast. Right over there right now. Still saying that it's an observed tornado on the ground. Ping pong ball size hail is another concern with this system. So we're tracking 2 tornado warnings right now and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings as these storms continue off to the northeast through South Mississippi. Back to the correlation coefficient, not really, still not seeing much debris being lofted right now, but tornado could still be on the ground, just might be a little weaker right now. So, like I said, Tylertown, this is heading right towards you. I mean, that is still a very tight area of rotation. That's crossing over Gin Road right now, Gin Road. About to cross over Centerville Road and following along Highway 27 right now. Going to cross over the community of Lexi within the next 3 or 4 minutes. So Lexi 602, Tylertown 606. That's the timing on this. It might pass south of Tylertown, but it's going to be very, very close. I just can't believe we haven't seen anything with this storm that's southwest of Natchez so far. Still radar indicated. We might have had a touchdown, a brief touchdown, but just nothing lofted by radar yet. Nothing shown on radar yet that indicates debris being lofted. But this is crossing over Highway 15 in Louisiana right now, State Highway 15. And about to cross over the Mississippi River. This is kind of in the river delta right now, is where that rotation is, southwest of Natchez. The more concerning storm right now is going to be this one south of Tylertown. That's heading up towards Tylertown. Overall, you can see the big structure here with this storm. If you're in the tornado warning, I suggest that you be in your safe space with this one. We had, like I said, this is confirmed. There was a tornado on the ground. If there's not still one on the ground, this could still form up very quickly, but we know that this has touched down at least once due to debris being lofted, basically as this crossed over Dillon's Bridge Road and over Magnolia Road in southern Walthall County. So this is over Lexi right now. Davo 608, Cardo 611, Noxo 614, Kokomo 620, New Hope 624, Collins 634 is a rough timing as this storm continues to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour, moving very slowly. Still baseball size hail possible with this storm in DeKalb. We actually have a confirmed report. Emergency management reported golf ball to baseball size hail on County Road 452. Yeah, that was baseball size hail. So still possibly seeing baseball size hail in the community of Cleveland crossing over Highway 495 right now. So if you're on Highway 493 on Old Jackson Road in the community of Moscow and Cleveland, and also if you're in DeKalb or surrounding areas, this is heading towards you. Large hail with that storm moving through Kemper County. And then if we look to the south, we have 2 tornado warnings. You have the tornado warning that includes Tylertown and southern Walthall County. This storm was on the ground at one point. We still look at the correlation coefficient, not really seeing much there in terms of debris being lofted right now, so that's good. Overall, looks like the storm might be trying to recycle right now, but you still see a very obvious area of rotation over Gin Road heading up to the northeast towards Lexi. Trying to see if we've had an update on this one. Area of rotation, kind of broad over Kirkland, Lexi, Leher. Is kind of what we're seeing right there. Yep, we just got a new scan of the radar. Yeah, that's over the community of Kirkland right now. So this has moved south of Tylertown. If you're in Tylertown, you're more than likely good for now. I mean, the rotation's very broad right now. What are you thinking, Jake? This thing looks like it's kind of struggling now. Like it kind of spun up real quick, and now it's kind of weakened.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it as organized as it was looking earlier, but there's still definitely some rotation between the cells. So let's keep watching it.
Yeah, so if you're in Kirkland, Flowers, Dexter, Cardo, Knoxo, be in your safe space. Still seeing kind of multiple areas of rotation here with this storm. So if you're in that tornado warning, stay hunkered down in your safe spot. Back to the west for the storm that's south of Natchez in Concordian Parish, Louisiana. They haven't extended that tornado warning, but overall, very broad, kind of strong area of rotation there. I know I'm saying rotation a lot. And so south of Natchez, this is now about to cross over the Mississippi River. It's now reached the river. Not seeing anything that's screaming tornado right now. You still got a decently looking supercell south of Natchez. Looking at velocity, you got some rotation in there. So if you're between Deer Park and Booger, crossing over Highway 15B, I would suggest being in a safe spot there. This is heading off to the north, or to the east, towards Esperance Landing, Hutchins Landing, and towards Sibley then in Mississippi. It'll be over Sibley 622, Dolorso 625. About to cross over the F.L. Broughton Airport, as well as, let's see, as well as the Mississippi River, south of Deer Park. And so I don't want to take away from this storm up here entering into DeKalb. That's over Moscow, Mount Nebo, and about to move into DeKalb. This is along Old Jackson Road and crossing over Highway 39 right now. Moving basically along Highway 16 as well. Large hail with this one. Baseball size hail has been reported already. So that's kind of what we're looking at. This is going to continue to move on towards Scuba in the next few minutes. So if you're in DeKalb, expect large hail within the next few minutes. You need to be inside. Treat this as if there's a tornado there. You need to be inside because large hail can be destructive and it can be deadly. So you need to be careful if you're in that cell in Kemper County. We've been talking about large hail with this storm for a while. They've already extended the severe thunderstorm watch all the way through parts of Alabama, all the way to Livingston, Utah, Greensboro, and Moundville. They have a tornado being possible on this, and I'd say I agree with them. I mean, you might have some rotation in there. That rotation towards Herbert Springs and Rio, over Dow Road and Zion Road in Kemper County. We'll see what they do with that. You can see that hook now with this storm. Overall, not the healthiest storm, and it's not in the best environment, but a storm doesn't have to be in the best environment to produce a tornado. Overall, broad rotation there. So if you're in that storm, know that a tornado could be possible in there, maybe a quick spin up, but overall, the biggest threat is going to be the baseball size hail. Luckily, the storm down here in south of Tylertown and in southern Walthall County has kind of weakened for now. Very broad rotation with that storm, so that's not the primary concern anymore. That's not the primary cell that we're worried about right now. This storm south of Natchez now crossing the Mississippi River. This is about to cross the the St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge. If you know anybody near there, you got a fairly broad area of rotation that's about to cross over there. Not really seeing anything that's still telling us a tornado is on the ground, but I mean, we've been seeing this. This has had fairly broad rotation for about the last hour or so at this point. New special weather statements. One expires in 7 minutes for 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. That's for southern Southern Covington County, a new special weather statement that expires in 22 minutes. That includes Prentiss and Southern Lawrence County. That's for 50-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail as well. They've now reduced this to a radar-indicated tornado warning, so nothing telling the National Weather Service that there's still a tornado on the ground.
Bro, it's hailing outside.
That is
We got some 6-inch hail outside.
that was like a foot, you know.
foot
My roommate just cleared out the ice machine in our apartment and brought it in here and said it was hail. It was all frozen together. That was pretty cool. That was funny. Anyways, like I said, you have these 2 tornado warnings here. See if you have any pictures of that hail on that storm. I don't know. Go to Twitter or something. You might find something.
You have to get the ice out, take a picture of it.
But yeah, still covering these 2 tornado warnings. We'll see what the National Weather Service does here in the next little bit. You have these 2 tornado warnings right now that now have broad rotation. Not strong rotation, but broad rotation. So if you're in the tornado warnings, be in a safe spot just in case these drop really fast. But nothing telling us that they're on the ground right now. Something tells me these 2 cells are going to be the ones that we're kind of watching throughout the night. This Natchez storm could go for a while. I think that this Natchez storm is going to be something we're watching for a good bit here. I'm going to see if we have any views on it. Right now, yeah, we simply don't have a camera on it. We won't have a camera on these storms until they get closer to the Pine Belt area. Okay, it looks like the storm's starting to rotate up again. Over the community of Flowers. That's crossing over Coppers Ford Road, south of Highway 48, towards the community of Dexter. We'll see if they extend this tornado warning through Marion County and into Lamar County. I don't know if they will, but this storm really looks like it could keep going. Like I said, I don't think this... we haven't had a tornado on the ground for several minutes with this storm, but just looking at the overall environment that it's in and the shape of this cell, it's telling us that the storm still has the potential across the next few minutes. Ooh. The honey tea is going to keep my voice going for the rest of the night. So if you're just now tuning in, student meteorologist Ashton Champion here with Magnolia State Weather. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has continued the tornado warning for their area. And so here's where we're going to start seeing something weird. We'll see if the National Weather Service in Jackson continues the warning across Adams County. But so right here is where you have a split. So this little tornado warning down here is the National Weather Service of New Orleans' area. And so they have issued the tornado warning for their area. Now, they're going to see if the National Weather Service of Jackson will now issue the tornado warning for their area. It's kind of a weird situation where you have different forecasting offices having to work together, kind of. So that's what we're seeing there. If you're in Smithdale, I wouldn't say you're completely done, because if this continues on to the east, this will pass fairly close to Smithdale within about the next hour and a half, 2 hours. Yep, there it is. New tornado warning there as well. That includes Meadville. And so National Weather Service of Jackson continued this tornado warning on through Adams County and through Franklin County. There's still a radar indicated area of rotation, but honestly, that I would say that looks like that could be a tornado on the ground.
Could be. Yeah.
That's a very, very strong area of rotation now. Whenever you're seeing the reds and the greens really kind of mixed in like that, kind of interconnected, that usually tells you that there could be a tornado on the ground right now. looking at the correlation coefficient, this is moving over water right now, I'm pretty sure, so we wouldn't really see much there. But this is moving off to the east towards Meadville. Oh, whoops, sorry, let's retry that. And so if you're out ahead of this storm, this will be towards Hutchins Landing within the next 5 minutes, Sibley 6:53, Kingston 6:33, Possum Corner 6:31, Ireland 6:37, White Apple 6:50, Roxy 6:52, Meadville 7:04, and Bude 7:07. Now, if that's assuming, let's see, this is moving at 50 miles an hour. What do we have this at right now? 45. Let's change this real quick. So redone time 6:45 for Roxy. Meadville 6:55 is what we're looking at right there for now. And so tornado warnings extended there. We'll see what they do. Jake, do you want to explain what's going on with this cell here near Tylertown? Because it looks like it's kind of back going again.
It still looks, it's not looking as organized as it did earlier when it was confirmed on the ground. However, it does look like it's regaining some organization, so we could be looking at a situation where it's recycling and it may try to tighten up in a little bit.
Wide area of rotation.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I really think if you're here in Marion County, including Columbia, I think they'll extend this tornado warning into southern Marion County in the next few minutes, just because this cell could form something up fairly quickly. I mean, you have it right here over Dexter's and Flowers. There's the rotation right there. Still kind of broad, still weak, but it's still there. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we have a tornado on the ground about to go through the St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge. It's crossing over the river right now, which is why there's probably no debris being lofted. But it's about to cross over Highway 61 in the next few minutes. You have a very, very tight area of rotation with that tornado warning south of Natchez. We don't have any cameras on it right now. But that's how we're sitting right now. Someone said to give Jake more camera time. He might be their new favorite. So that's where we're sitting at right now. 2 storms that can produce tornadoes right now. You even have this one up here near Crystal Springs trying to form new special weather statement that includes Crystal Springs, Florence, and let's see, where else? Star, Belpine. That's for southern Rankin County, northeastern Capaya County, northwestern Simpson County, and southern Hines County. So multiple different storms we're watching right now as these continue to get their act together. Still lime-size hail, so 2-inch hail for that storm. Moving through DeKalb right now. That's going to cross over Highway 45 in the next few minutes. So that, if you're in Scuba or Narkita, along Highway 45, 2-inch hail heading your way there in Kemper County. Still following these tornado warnings down south. The most concerning is honestly this one that's crossing over the Mississippi River right now. This has had a very strong area of rotation for the last really hour, I'm going to be honest. And so I'm shocked that we haven't seen anything be lofted. I mean, hard to tell. I don't know if is that debris being lofted? That just popped up. I'm not sure. We'll wait to see. That might just be the hail core that's there kind of showing, kind of causing a difference in correlation there. But that rotation heading towards Hutchins Landing and Sibley right now. An update for Greenville. If you're up there in Greenville, you're good. The cold front has passed you. The most you'll see is maybe a thunderstorm, but even that's usually kind of off the table. So up there in Greenville, you're good for the rest of the night. New tornado warning issued. Radar indicated. That includes Columbia, Mississippi, so central and southern Marion County. This also includes western Forest County towards Rouse and Baxterville. So Columbia, you're in this as well. Lots of lightning, but also a cell that's trying to reorganize and produce a tornado. That's what this storm's trying to do right now. And so definitely a very well-defined area of rotation at this point. Not the strongest we've seen all day, but that's over the community of Dexter, about to cross over Highway 48. So kind of giving you a timing on this storm as it continues on. This will be over Hurricane Creek 625, Saxon 628, Churral 628, Edna 632, Lambton 632 as well, and it will continue on up eventually. I mean, if you're in Columbia, you need to be in your safe spot. It might pass south of you, but you never know. And so that's continuing off to the northeast. This will eventually, if this cell continues, this will become a problem for Hattiesburg, probably within the next hour and a half, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Looks
so
like
that's what
they
we're seeing.
Just updated the tornado warning for that, like to expand the entire area of
Yeah.
Columbia.
Yeah.
and Purvis.
So we're seeing, I think we're seeing two dominant cells become the cells of the night. The cell down here near Columbia and the cell over towards Natchez might be the two cells that we watch all night. That might be all we have. You have more cells trying to form. You have one over Crystal Springs, and then you have the cells that are nearing Monticello and Prentice right now. Now, the one near Lawrence County doesn't really have a lot of structure right now. I'd be more concerned about the cell over towards Crystal Springs right now. That one's kind of turning. If you can get an update on that cell and how it's been developing in the next few minutes, can you let me know?
Yeah.
It's not really showing much on velocity, but still there nonetheless. If you're in southern Marion County, lots of lightning right now. We're seeing a broad area of rotation right now. Nothing suggesting a tornado's on the ground right now, but southern Marion County be in your safe space because these storms can basically get a tornado on the ground fairly quickly with the environment they're in. Move west once again for the area of rotation south of Hutchins Landing. That's about to cross over Sibley in Adams County. Still a very, very, very strong area of rotation there. If we look at the correlation coefficient, still nothing saying that that's on the ground, but still a very strong area of rotation telling us that this could touch down at any second, which is why if you're in these tornado warnings, you need to be in your interior room, in your safe space, because even though we might not see anything on radar showing debris being lofted, lots of tornadoes we have across Mississippi don't actually show up on the correlation coalition, or sorry, the correlation. I can't even speak right now. They don't show up on the debris radar, and so there could be a tornado on the ground right now that we don't see on debris radar. So that's why you need to be in that interior room. Plus, just the environment these storms are in are favorable for tornadoes. Yeah, the reason we're jumping around on these storms so quickly is because really both of these, I mean, they could drop something at any second, is why we're having to jump around from these cells so quickly. So if you're watching on YouTube, welcome in. If you're watching on Facebook, welcome in. If you're on Facebook, we have a YouTube channel. Look up Magnolia State Weather. And if you're on YouTube, we have a Facebook account now named Magnolia State Weather. If you could, please like and share the live stream. That helps us a lot with getting the live stream out and growing. New severe thunderstorm warning for half-dollar size hail. This is through central and northern Lawrence County, and also includes Prentice and Monticello, so it also includes northern Jeff Davis County, as well as southern Simpson County. Half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds on that storm moving through there and crossing over 84 right now. Y'all keep watching these rotations, please.
Yeah.
So if I don't see anything while I'm talking.
It's definitely gotten to a point. Still very heightened. There's one area that's like, look at it.
Yeah, so still like I said, so this
Right,
area of the area of rotation that's here south of Natchez, like the reason we've been watching this one so closely is it's a very tight area of rotation, which is why we're kind of keeping it we're keeping it right there. We're going to keep watching it for a while because that storm has been doing everything it can to touch down and just simply hasn't, at least not to our acknowledgement because we haven't seen any debris being lofted. So neither one of these tornado warnings are currently confirmed and on the ground, but they can touch down at any moment.
You were saying to keep track of Crystal Springs. There's not too terribly much rotation indicated by the velocity or anything like that. Still, it's very kind of I don't know. There's some to the east of it a little bit, but it's not what we were thinking.
Yeah. And so, if you're just now tuning in, welcome to Magnolia State Weather. I'm student meteorologist Ashton Champion, student meteorologist Jake Kazitz behind me, and student meteorologist Hudson Murphy behind me. Hudson usually gets on the stream whenever I need a break. Jake's really smart, so that's why he's here. He's a genius. But welcome into Magnolia State Weather. We're here at the Apo Roofing and Construction Weather Center for a free estimate with storm damage or whatever it may be. Call 601-498-1546. If you have roof damage, they'll help you tarp your property and work with you with insurance and everything as well to get your home repaired. So call Apo Roofing and Construction.
Cole Graham is trying to plug his own roof.
Yeah, I need to get that figured out.
Can I delete it? No.
I figured it out. I got it fixed. I blocked it. No self-advertisements. So that storm that's south of Jackson, is that one trying to hold on to a boundary? What's going on with that storm? It's not really rotating. It's got good shape, but just not really rotating.
Well, that's what I kind of noticed. It has really good shape, but there's just not been any rotation in terms of the high-rise velocity. It's getting a little bit now. I mean, it's started to help a little bit to the east of Crystal Springs.
Okay.
Like, there was none earlier. There's a little bit, but it just hasn't been developing as high.
Okay.
The Echo Tops they're not amazing either.
Okay.
Like, there's some, but it just doesn't seem like it's as potent as these other storms by any means.
So I think we can still agree the best rotation is still this one, crossing over the community of Sibley. So if you're on Highway 61, I mean, that is such a strong area of rotation. I mean, what is that? 40 miles an hour in, negative 40 out.
Yeah.
I mean, it has been rotating and it still continues to rotate. Correlation coefficient. I mean, we might have something on the ground right now. It's hard to tell. We'll wait to see what the National Weather Service says there. But a well-defined supercell there. You have that well-defined supercell south of Columbia right now in southern Marion County as well. That rotation's kind of broadened out once again. Looks like that cell's trying to get its act together. But the cell definitely over towards Natchez looks the best. Question about, see, what was the question about? About Lumberton and Purvis line and with the storm coming through Columbia. Lumberton should be good. This will stay north of Lumberton. Purvis, I can't say for sure because if this continues directly to the east, this will head towards Purvis. But I think Lumberton will be fine. But Purvis, hard to say for now considering how this storm's been heading basically directly east for the last little bit. One thing to note on this cell that's south of Natchez, and I know we're jumping around a lot here. For the cell south of Natchez, one thing you'll notice is this thing has cleared out its inflow notch across the last few minutes. You can see here that air can now get into this storm fairly efficiently. So we'll see if it keeps that. That usually can mean that a storm can get a little more going. We'll watch that. We'll give you another plan here. We'll tell you how long till the storm reaches you. So right now we're seeing let's see, Kingston 635, Possum Corner 633, Ireland 638, Garden City 644, Meadville 7 o'clock, and Bude 703. New Hope 706 is where we're looking at your timing for that one. So we'll continue to watch this one over the next few minutes. But still, I mean, we talk about how you want the bright greens and bright reds next to each other, and I mean, it's all been coming together for this cell. I don't know if it's been able to reach the surface. We look at the correlation coefficient, not seeing anything there. So, still a rapidly rotating storm here, but has not touched down yet from what it looks like. If you're in the tornado warnings across across the Adams County or Wilkinson County line, you still need to stay in your safe spot with how rapidly rotating this storm is. I want to focus back up here to the Kemper County storm. That's about to move into Alabama now. So if you're in Alabama, I mean, this has moved into Alabama now. So this is about to cross over 2059, the interstate, near Boligi in the next few minutes. Still large hail possible with this storm. I mean, we're seeing golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with that storm, but that is now moving into Alabama. Still broad rotation with this storm that's south of Columbia. This one not as put together as that storm south of Natchez. This one has had a tornado on the ground already back when it was in Walthall County. Overall, the rotation broad right now, the shape of the storm looks fairly good, so it still looks like it's trying. I'm not going to count this storm out yet. You need to, if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe space. Just be aware. This one's still churning. Probably nothing on the ground right now, but it's trying. This storm really is trying right now. Yeah, I mean, Jake, I have no clue how this has not been on the ground yet. How we haven't seen debris being lofted. I mean, just with what's going on. I mean, it has been constantly rotating. I mean, so usually, whenever you see rotation this strong, I mean, I've seen tornadoes on the ground with rotation less than this. So, fact of the matter is that this we're just shocked by how long this storm has been rotating, but we haven't seen really any indication that it has touched down yet. But it's going to continue on through Adams County and into Franklin County, so it might just need time before this touches down. So currently 3 tornado warnings, all of them here in Mississippi. 2 of them are really the same storm just because of a difference between forecast areas for the National Weather Service. The other storm here in southern Marion County. Overall, looks like that storm's still trying to recycle a broad area of rotation over Saxon, over Highway 35, over Highway 43 right now, and also Highway 13. So a broad area of rotation over southern Marion County right now, heading up to the northeast towards Purvis, towards Hattiesburg right now. Now, those areas are not under a tornado warning right now, just simply ahead of this storm if it continues on. So currently over Possum Corner right now in Kingston. As it continues on, I mean, this is currently over Springfield Plantation Road right now. About to cross over the Homashita River. And going to cross over the community of Possum Corner in Kingston within the next few minutes. Deerfield Road and Hutchins Landing Road is kind of where you can expect this rotation at right now. Well, that might be it back there. Interesting. So yeah, and then also that rotation over Highway 61 and Will Washington Road right now.
viewers on YouTube.
Better chance from Jackson to Jeff Davis County right now. Well, right now you have storms moving through Jeff Davis County. So, new severe thunderstorm warning south of Jackson. This includes Mendenhall, Florence, Highway 49, and Morton. This expands all the way from Simpson County and southern Rankin County, all the way up to Scott County. So that's for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Has what exactly expired by 6:30? All these tornado warnings are still active for about the next 30 minutes or so. Really for about the next 40 minutes. They go all the way to 7:15 right now. Really for me, I kind of ignore, like, I don't think there's any reason to look at when a tornado warning expires. Because usually if there's not a tornado on the ground or if they're not worried about it, they'll delete the warning. So that's why with tornado warnings, I don't generally look at when they expire. I don't think that's very relevant with tornado warnings. Looks like the storm south of Columbia has once again kind of formed its inflow notch again. We'll see if it can get its act together once again. Very interesting to see what's going on now. So here's one thing we want to point out. What time is it? It's 6:30. 6:35 right now. Jake has been talking about the the lower level jet.
Yes.
And how it's going to kind of, usually the lower level jet strengthens as we go into the nighttime. And so that might be what these storms need to start rotating. We'll have to wait and see. Really, these storms, though, are going to start losing their daytime heating. So we'll see what that does. But now, honestly, now that these storms are kind of going, I don't know if they really need the daytime heating anymore. It'll probably help them, but normally whenever you get the storms formed, normally they can keep going if they have the energy. I mean, we still obviously have energy out there. When can we expect this to all be done over and we can go to bed? Good question. I think 11 o'clock is when we were thinking. 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m. Carson/Bassfield. Right now you have that storm that really just moved through. Some heavy rain should be ending soon, but still some lingering lightning there. Storm right in the kind of band of the Jackson radar that you can't see. So not really getting a lot of help there from the Jackson radar as of right now. Really, the Baton Rouge radar is the best right now for what we're needing. So yeah, we've been sitting here watching storms that's been rotating for a while now. I mean, both of these storms have been rotating for well over an hour at this point.
It's still just those two.
Yeah.
Crystal Springs is pretty much just not doing anything.
Yeah, that's good.
I've been keeping an eye on it. The 1-year apprentice is a bit interesting, but I mean, in terms of velocity and rotation goes, it's still not that wrong.
All right, so so right now, lime size hail, so 2-inch hail possible with that storm that's going through Jeff Davis County right now. That's over the community, over the road right now, over Sophia Sutton Road and Zion Church Road now in Jeff Davis County, moving up to the north towards Hebron and Gwenville. So 2-inch hail possible with that storm and 60-mile-an-hour winds. if this storm did continue on, we'd be seeing Pine Bur 6:43. That's 5 minutes. Rouse 6:45. Pine Grove Pine Grove 6:57. Pine Ridge 7 o'clock. Okahula 7:03, and then this would be going towards Hattiesburg by as early as 7:05 if that continues on. I mean, still, that storm south of Natchez near Possum Corner still just keeps rotating, but nothing telling us that anything's on the ground. So the same story still with that storm over there. Honestly, really shocked that. I mean, we've been talking about how we're shocked that storm's doing. It's not rotating. It's not touching down. Yeah, starting to sound like a broken record for sure. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning just issued. That expands the severe thunderstorm warning from Prentiss and Monticello up to include McGee, Mount Olive, and Mize. So that's all the way up into Smith County. 2-inch size hail is the concern there, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that includes Highway 49, includes Mendenhall, McGee, and Mount Olive, all the way up to Mize and Center Ridge in Smith County. We might be getting a little more help here soon. I'll have to plug in my phone here soon. Is the Baton Rouge radar not updating?
Baton Rouge. I have 638.
638? Okay. I can't get it to load. Here, give me 1 second, everybody. I gotta see what's going on here. Radar not updating.
640.
640? Okay. Good to know.
Rotation south of Columbia actually seems like it's kicking a little bit back up again.
All right, here's the view from Hattiesburg right now, courtesy of the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. This is looking into that storm there near Columbia. Still far away right now, but off in the distance. We'll eventually head towards Hattiesburg here very soon. The radar real quick. Let's see. All right. Are we good? Are we good? Get loading. I think we might have lost signal there for just a second. Not sure. If you're on YouTube, can anyone comment on YouTube? Make sure YouTube's working. It'd be nice to know that YouTube's still working right now. But yeah, looking from the radar there, I mean, this is over the community of Pine Bur right now. The Columbia storm has really strengthened once again as it crosses over the Pine Bur community right now. So if you're out ahead of it, towards Hattiesburg, towards Oak Grove, in Lamar County, this is about to cross into Lamar County within the next few minutes, really. Let me make sure the YouTube's working. Tornado warning just extended into, well, not extended, just updated. Is the YouTube working?
Yep, they just commented it's working.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Great to know. Thank you all for letting me know the YouTube's working. Sometimes, technical things happen, and I guess when weather's coming through Mississippi, it's also affecting us here live streaming. So we're good. I think we got it. Yeah, everything's working once again. We're good to go. Thank you all for letting me know. Okay, so that rotation now over Spring Cottage and Pine Bur, looking like it's strengthening fairly quickly. And so it's this nears Hattiesburg. We could get a tornado warning farther into Forest County and into Lamar, or farther into Lamar County and into Forest County within the next few minutes at this point. We might have a little bit longer till it gets extended into Forest County, but still watching that.
Oh, there's been an
Observed tornado now.
Wow.
So that one that we were watching over towards Natchez, it's a PDS. New Orleans has issued a PDS tornado warning. Looking at the radar here, I don't know. I don't see where the debris is being lofted.
I can read it. A confirmed tornado was located over Garden City, 13 miles southwest of Meadville, moving east at 15 miles an hour, or 50 miles an hour.
So yeah, that's over the community of Possum Corner right now, following the Homewood Chitta River.
Yeah.
So tornado on the ground west of Meadville, heading towards Meadville right now. This is right along the Adams County Wilkinson County line. It's going to continue off to the east. So really, if you're ahead of this in northern Amite County, north of Liberty, north of Gloucester, right along that county line, the county line of Franklin County and Amite County, you could get a tornado warning here before long, because that tornado is basically heading directly east that way, or that, whatever, heading directly east that direction. So we'll see if that gets continued on. But yes, confirmed tornado on the ground. It's considered a PDS tornado warning. Yeah, they put it PDS. Maybe it's on the Jackson radar. Is that where we're seeing the debris? See where we can find this debris ball. If they went PDS, we know that there's a huge debris ball somewhere, probably. I'm not necessarily seeing it. We'll see if it updates here in just a second. But tornado on the ground just to the east of Delorso, over Possum Corner and Kingston. So if you're along Hutchins Landing Road, be in that safe spot, be in that interior room. Confirmed tornado on the ground there. Oh yeah, there it is. I think that might be it right there. Oh yeah, I think that's over Ireland right now.
Yeah.
I think that's a debris ball. That would be a huge debris ball.
They're saying Ireland and Garden City.
Ireland and Garden City, yeah. Tornado directly over Ireland right now. Oh wow, that's an insane couplet. Yep, that's where it is right now. Over Ireland and Kingston. Huge rotation right now.
That's a lot.
Following over Deerfield Road right now. If you're on Deerfield Road, this is crossing over right now. This is a destructive tornado on the ground, particularly dangerous situation. This is higher than a tornado warning, higher than just an observed tornado warning. It's a PDS tornado warning, meaning that this could potentially be a very large and destructive tornado on the ground right now. And considering how big of debris ball that looks like, that is huge. I'm not seeing it really from the Slidell radar right now, which is good. But still, tornado on the ground, heading towards Meadville right now. You can see it right here on the radar. You got the blues, got the reds, kind of mixed in here. I mean, oh wow, whenever you have the radar glitching like that,
yeah,
that's never usually a good sign. That's directly over Deerfield Road right now. So, Garden City, if you're in Garden City, this isn't over Garden City right now, over the community of Garden City. It's just directly to the east of, or to the west of it. So if you're in Garden City, in the community of Flat Rock, White Apple, Roxy, along that Highway 33 corridor, you got to be in your safe space with this one. Looks like we're having some big... Looks like we're having debris being lofted with this one. Sorry, trying to get... And there it is. You have a radar hole on here now, too. There it would be right there. That's where your tornado would be, where that little green pixel is, south of Kingston. This is not over Ireland right now, I don't believe. Yes, it is. This is over Ireland right now. Sorry. Trying to get stuff figured out right now. So yeah, over the community of Ireland, over Garden City, over Flat Rock. Can someone... And so if you know anyone in Franklin County, tell them a destructive tornado is moving into Franklin County right now from Adams and Wilkinson County. And so here it is on the radar. That's the radar from Jackson. Looking at the radar from Baton Rouge, I mean, we're not getting any updates here on the... Let's see. Yep, so here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Trying to figure out what's going on here. It's not updating. Give me one. All right, here we're back. Sorry, I had to restart the program really quickly. Are you getting any radar updates right now?
Let me check again.
Okay. And so, like I said, that's directly over Ireland and Garden City right now, heading up to the northeast. If this continues on, this will head right towards Meadville and Bude, there in central Franklin County. If it continues that way, it's been kind of heading directly east right now, so hard to tell where exactly it is, but if you're along anywhere from the Amit County, Franklin County line up to Meadville, this is where that's heading.
Tell her it's gonna escape Smithdale. It's like
We
just
don't-
north of it.
We don't know that for sure yet.
Yeah, I'm showing 633.
633.
Yes.
So the radars just go down.
Let me check a different service.
Here, give me 1 second. I might bring up a different radar while this is moving through. There it is. New velocity over Garden City. This is over Delta Lake Road right now. Over Delta Lake Road. So there's the latest one from 650. There it is. That's going to be a large tornado on the ground for sure.
Yeah.
That is not good. Correlation coefficient. This is an old correlation coefficient scan. So we're not seeing anything right there. That's current from correlation. There it is. So yeah, lots of debris being lofted with this one. Velocity, let's see if it updates. Having a little bit of radar problems right now, trying to get current data.
Yeah, it's starting to glitch out a little bit on the radar.
Yep. Here's what I'm going to do. Give me 2 seconds. Emergency? No. Here we go. All reliable. Let's go with this. There we go. All right, so here we go. Switch radar products right now. So this will allow us to look at the radar a little more effectively for right now. Here's the area of rotation right here. Like I said, directly over the community of Ireland right now. This is south of Roxy. Very serious situation going on here. PDS tornado warning, like I've said. Large destructive tornado on the ground. See if you can get any pictures or something of this, if anyone's posted something. And so that's what it looks like on reflectivity. Large storm on this one. If we switch over to the correlation coefficient, wow, that is a huge debris ball. Look at that. Huge debris ball. You can see it right here. That is a large tornado on the ground right now, heading directly east. Anywhere from Meadville to Summit right now is kind of the general direction of this storm. See if we have anything here. Yep, they just issued the tornado warning farther into Amit County. So this includes northern Amit County all the way to Zion Hill and Busy Corner. So very serious situation here. I wouldn't be shocked if we get an emergency soon. I don't know, because it's technically not going to a populated area, but this is going to be a problem because this storm is clear out in front of it. This is going to be the storm we watch for a while. The storm near Columbia is still trying right now, but this will be the storm we watch for now. You can see it here. Just an absolutely devastating situation going over Garden City right now, over Flat Rock right now, crossing over Highway 33. If you're out ahead of this, Bunkley, Mount Olive, Meadville, the Homachita National Forest, Homachita, O'Neill, Zion Hill, any of those communities I just mentioned, you need to be in your safe spot, or even if you're close to those communities. I mean, there it is. Insane. This is right now. So over the community of Knoxville, Garden City, and Flat Rock, as well as Perrytown, over Highway 33.
Yeah, I'm getting updates on radar over you again.
Okay, radars just came back up. Is what it seems like. Here, let me get this going. Wow. Smithdale right now, I'm not going to say you're in the clear right now. This is heading your direction. This is a large tornado on the ground right now. Destructive tornado, at least right now, is what I can confirm. Correlation coefficient, large tornado just went through Garden City and Knoxville. So this is right now crossing over Freewood Road, continuing on towards Meadville and Bude. Let's see, let me get this loaded up with... Okay. Sorry, we don't have any cams on this right now because it's in the middle of Franklin County right now. We'll quickly look back at the storm over here. South of Columbia, well, southeast of Columbia, it's not really a factor right now. Looking at reflectivity, it's not showing us anything like it's on the ground right now. But the storm over near Meadville, we know is on the ground, but also golf ball size hail with that storm as well. I mean, you can see it. That is a hole in the radar. So what this is telling us is that that hole right there. I mean, you don't normally see a hole like that on the radar. This is a very, very concerning tornado that's on the ground there over Garden City. This is not good. If you know anybody there near this area in southern Franklin County, they have to be in an interior space. We don't normally say this a lot. I don't like to overhype things, but I mean, we knew the possibility with these storms today. It was going to depend on if storms would fire up, and one has got its act together, and we have a very destructive tornado on the ground over Garden City right now. Switch back to our other radar right now. This is what it looks like right now. You see that debris ball. They're crossing over Highway 33 right now. Sorry that we're having to go back and forth through radars right now. Just having to see which one gives us what we need for now. New tornado warning that includes Purvis and Hattiesburg right now. It's not a confirmed tornado, not like the one that's over there in Wilkinson County, or not Wilkinson County, Franklin County, but tornado warning now that includes Purvis and Hattiesburg, so all the way through Forest County. Did they go tornado emergency on that?
Which one?
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So here's what we have here still. This tornado heading towards Bude right now, moving off to the east. That includes Meadville and Bude, northern Amit counties, and then a tornado warning that includes Hattiesburg and Purvis right now. Are we getting any updates right now? There we go. Let's see. Let's get this figured out.
Are these radars not loading for you either?
No. Again? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to have to... There we go. We're back. Like I said, now that is over Flat Rock right now and over Bunkley. And so these radars once again having problems with all this weather that's going on. So that's what we have right now. And the new now tornado on the ground in Forest County. Not Forest County, in Lamar County. So tornado on the ground south of 98. This is north of Baxterville, going through the forest right now. This is heading up towards Hattiesburg. So this is a confirmed tornado now on the ground there in Lamar County. So this is east of Purvis, or west of Purvis, heading towards Purvis and heading towards Hattiesburg right now, depending on how it shifts. So lots of stuff going on. 2 tornadoes on the ground in the state of Mississippi right now. Both are observed. Both are confirmed on the ground. No. I know what I have to do. Might not be a bad idea. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
The current just had the debris fall for that.
Yeah. For the Hattiesburg storm?
I believe so.
Here, let's look at it here. This is the storm nearing Hattiesburg and Purvis right now. If we switch over to that and look at the correlation coefficient, you can see as well. Hold on, I'm bringing it up. Sorry, unmuted. Here's the storm over there near Hattiesburg. Sorry, we've had we've had some technical problems once again, unfortunately. The storm entering Hattiesburg is now on the ground, nearing Purvis as well. If you're in Purvis, got to be in the safe spot right now. You still have the tornado on the ground. Is that that's a PDS tornado warning over there still? Let's see. That is golf ball size hell with that storm as well. Large tornado on the ground right now still south of Roxy. So that's over the community of Firewood right now. So over the community of Firewood, moving off to the east. So this is heading towards Bunkley, towards Mount Olive, and towards the Homochitto National Forest.
The tornado warning in near Reedsville is a tornado emergency now.
Oh, it is now a tornado emergency. So, confirmed tornado emergency there. Jacob, I'm trying to get you on my stuff. Hold on. So now tornado emergency confirmed there. Yeah, we now officially tornado emergency for the tornado that's there in southern Franklin County. They don't issue a tornado emergency all the time. This means that a large destructive tornado is on the ground going through southern Franklin County over Bunkley and Mount Olive right now is where that tornado is heading. Looking at multiple different storms right now. You have the storm that's the west of Purvis, moving up towards Hattiesburg, but also moving directly towards Purvis. Kind of a wide range of where this tornado could go. If you're in Forest County and if you're in Lamar County, you got to be in your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning. But we're also still majorly concerned with this tornado moving through southern Franklin County. I mean, large tornado on the ground with a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency with this one south of Meadville. This is over the community of Bunkley right now. Looking at the radar here with the debris, still lots of debris being kicked up by this one, and there's no sign of this storm stopping for right now. This one will probably go for a while. And so we need to continue to watch this one, because this tornado that has the tornado emergency on it south of Roxy is going to continue on for a while. We still have that tornado on the ground near Purvis as well. Keeping an eye on that one. That one is also on the ground. So if you're in Purvis, if you're in Hattiesburg, specifically southern Hattiesburg, you got to be in your safe spot there as well. Okay, we got it back. Yeah, here's what the velocity looks like. Just absolutely terrible situation going on there in southern Franklin County. If you're ahead of this one, I'll go ahead and we'll plan it out here. If you're ahead of this one, Bogachita 743, Auburn 733, Smithdale 728, Summit 743, Johnson Station 743, Wilkinson 746 is the approximate timing for that storm to get there. Looking down to this storm west of Purvis. This will be moving into Purvis here very soon. 709 for Purvis. You have roughly 5 minutes till it gets there. Dixie 717, Wallace 720, 722 for McLaren, 728 for Bellevue. We just got the latest updated radar scan. This is moving into Purvis right now. If you're in Purvis, get in your safe spot. Tornado moving into Purvis right now, into the city of Purvis. Right now over Purvis Olo Road and Purvis to Columbia Road, and also crossing over Coletown Road as well. This is moving into Purvis right now. This tornado moving into Purvis right now. We look farther to the west, a tornado emergency in Franklin County. Large destructive tornado on the ground there, south of Roxy. This is continuing on towards Meadville, towards Bude, and also towards Mount Olive and Bunkley. It's a huge tornado. We don't know where exactly it's going to go, but it's moving kind of directly to the east in southern Franklin County. If you're in Meadville, Bude, Mount Olive, Smithdale, be ready to be in your safe space. This is heading your direction. It's moving fairly slowly. I think roughly 30 something. It's moving at 50 miles an hour, but seems like it's moving slower than it is. But if you're in the tornado emergency, in the tornado warning, you have to be in that safe space right now. Any updates on any of these guys?
I'm not seeing any updates. Seeing any visual confirmation.
All right, so that's where we're sitting right there. We'll move over to our other radar right now for the debris and for looking at debris here. Not seeing really much from the storm nearing Purvis. I mean, there's still debris there with that storm that's moving in the Purvis. That is still on the ground. We look at the storm over near in Franklin County. You also still see a debris ball there. Obvious debris ball there with that one. So 2 tornadoes still on the ground right now. All right, so we look back at these storms now. We're having to switch over back and forth from different radars right now. We got several things going on right now. I'm actually about to bring up GR, honestly. Do you think Meridian, Lauderdale County will get any? This is well south of you there in Meridian right now. A still observed tornado warning there for Purvis. This is moving through Purvis right now. We still have that tornado emergency in southern Franklin County. That's what we're dealing with still. I'm going to see if we can get a camera on one of these here soon. There we go. Switch over to that and it'll be way better. There we go. All right. Okay. All right, so here we go. Here's a look at the tornado that's there in southern Franklin County. Lots of debris with it. Moving up towards Smithdale right now. And then the tornado is moving through Purvis right now. Tornado moving through Purvis right now. Okay. We'll have to stick with weatherwise for now. And so back to the reflectivity. That tornado is moving through northern portions of Purvis right now. So that's where it is for now. Sorry, trying to get this loaded up. It's moving through northern Purvis right now, crossing over Highway 11 and crossing over Interstate 59. This is heading up towards the community of Dixie, but also heading towards McLaurin and Wallace. If you're in that area, you got to be kind of in your safe spot. This is heading up towards Bobby Chain Airport as well, areas south of Hattiesburg. The storm over near Meadville as well. That is currently over Bunkley, entering into Mount Olive as well. We look at the correlation coefficient still. I mean, we're seeing lots of debris still lofted into the air with this one. This is going to be directly over 11, crossing over 11 at Old Richburg Road, heading towards Harold Tucker Road, and going to cross over Old Oklahola School. Yep, there it is. There's the debris ball right there. That's directly over C2 Carbon, Kinnerbridge Road, Sawmill Road right now, following up along Highway 11 right now.
They just issued a new tornado emergency just now.
New tornado emergency. This includes Brookhaven. They have extended the tornado emergency into Copiah County. So if you're in Brookhaven, this is heading directly your way. I mean, I don't see this stopping anytime soon.
No, it just keeps increasing. This rotation.
Yeah, it's still going. So both of these tornadoes on the ground right now in both of their respective locations. One of them with the tornado emergency moving through Franklin County and into Copiah County right now. Not Copiah County, into Lincoln County right now. And the other one moving through Lamar County and moving into Central Forest County right now. So moving directly north of Purvis over Highway 11 right now. This is crossing over Harold Tucker Road, over East Hill Road. That's the tornado south of Hattiesburg. About to cross over Highway 59. It's about to cross over Interstate 59, sorry. Looking to see if we have anything on this.
Yeah, this is just been filed.
If we're going to see something, this camera's going to get it. This camera's moving. This camera's basically directly where this is, near Purvis. And so if anything's going to cross over, it's going to be right here with this one. Moving extremely slowly over Harold Tucker Road right now. Back to the radar. You can see it here. There's your debris ball. Two large tornadoes on the ground right now. Lots of debris being lofted. This one's over Oklahola right now. All right. We're good. Jacob, can you talk? I got you now. Okay, we're good. So, like I said, two tornadoes on the ground. Let's see if Radar Omega's back. It is. Large tornado heading towards Brookhaven and Meadville right now. Well, we're back on it now. Here is the velocity. Wow, just that's insane. This is over. The one in Franklin County is over Bunkley Road right now. It's over Bunkley Road. We have a tornado emergency spanned all the way to Brookhaven right now. And if it continues on, if it continues in this direction, this will follow Highway 84 all the way across the state at this point. I don't know if it will have enough fuel to make it, but this storm is going. And if it keeps going, it's going to follow all the way down Highway 84 is really what it looks like. So that's where we're sitting right now. You have the tornado on the ground here in Hattiesburg. That's still on the ground. Here's the correlation coefficient. You can see it here. The blue here on the radar. We're glad we have the radar back. That's amazing. So this is north of Purvis, crossing over Interstate 59 here in the next few minutes over towards the Dixie community. If you're in Oklahola or in Dixie, you have to be in your central location, in your safe space right now. Covering multiple storms right now with this one. I think that they're going to keep the tornado emergency on this one for a while. And so planning out this tornado emergency, Brookhaven 753, Boca Chica 750, East Lincoln 8 o'clock is our approximate timing on this one. Yes, it is a tornado confirmed there south of Hattiesburg. Still a tornado on the ground here. Here's a look from one of our one of the MDOT traffic cams. This would be crossing basically over where this camera is. So if this tornado is still on the ground, we will see it here in the next few minutes. For the Hattiesburg tornado, this one's moving off to the northeast. Dixie 721, that's 5 minutes. Mars Hill 724. Ralston 725, 4.729, Good Luck 733. That's the timing for that storm that's on the ground outside of Purvis now. It just went through Purvis. The tornado emergency over towards Meadville. That is a huge debris ball. That is devastating. That is basically over Bunkley Road, crossing over Gloucester Road right now. This is heading towards Butte and towards Monroe, about to cross over Highway 98. That is a large tornado there in Franklin County. So 2 tornadoes on the ground. That's what you have to understand right now. 2 tornadoes on the ground right now with these storms. If you know anybody in Central Forest County near that one, or anyone that's in Brookhaven, they have to be in shelter here now due to what's going on. Here's the current camera here that we were just watching. They kind of turned this one. It kind of got turned just a little bit. This should have went right over this area. And so I'm keeping that one. I'm looking at that one, seeing if we can see anything. That debris is now over Harold Tuckle Road, so should be crossing over 59 about right now. Seeing if I can get anything else. So it looks like we're a little farther north here. All right, we'll keep that camera on it. We'll switch back over. I have the camera over on the side now. Right now, Laurel's not in the direct path of this one that's south of Hattiesburg. Really, Laurel should be more concerned about the cell that's all the way across the state right now. That one's going to follow 84 for a while. So still, looks like this one's on the ground still. Nothing telling me that this one's not on the ground as it crosses over 59. Switch over back to the Jackson radar. Seeing what we can get with this one. Looking to see if there's any debris still being lofted by these. From what I'm seeing, it's hard to tell. Probably still these are on the ground.
Yeah, the correlation coefficient looks like it for the Jackson radar.
Yeah. So if you're just now tuning in, 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. One of those with a tornado emergency in Franklin County. The other one in the other one south of Hattiesburg, between Purvis and Hattiesburg now.
Radar shifted. Looks a little bit.
About to cross over the community of Dixie. About to cross over the community of Ralston, and 4 points at 729 is when we have 4 points there.
The tornado over south of Meadville might be leaving the ground. Looks like it just updated again, the radar.
Yeah, looks like we're not seeing as much debris right now with the storm that's there in Franklin County. Potentially that one may have lifted just for a second, but if you're in that tornado emergency, you still need to be in that safe spot just with how this storm has been. Looking to see if I can get anything here, not seeing anything. And so if you're in these tornado warnings or the tornado emergency, got to stay in the safe spot just with what's all going on right now. 2 tornadoes on the ground across different portions of the state. One over southwest Mississippi, one over the Pine Belt. So there is that tornado crossing, about to cross 49 and 98. If you know where the Highway 98 and Highway 49 interchange is, it's heading directly over that. This is over Dixie right now. Bobby Chain Airport is about to be where this one's crossing. If it continues on, it'll head towards Ralston and 4 Points, and then up towards Good Luck and Corinth. You can definitely see nothing saying that this thing has lifted off the ground yet. What?
Free Timber's broadcast, there's a lot of damage on the road they're driving by.
And so here's the tornado emergency south of Meadville. This is crossing just south of Meadville, over Berrytown Road and over Highway 98. So we're going through the 2 tornadoes that are on the ground right now. I think they're still saying that both of these are on the ground. Yes. It is now a PDS tornado warning over in Forest County. So it's a particularly dangerous situation, meaning this could be a strong tornado on the ground, crossing over the community of Dixie right now. Let's see if I can find anything else. Oh boy. This is a view. If it's still up. We might have the view here on one of our cameras, on one of these MDOT cameras here, of where it should cross over. All right, so here's a view from that interchange I was just talking about. This is looking directly into where this tornado would be crossing. So if there's something there, it's going to cross right over this point right here. So we're going to stick with this camera here. We'll actually go to we'll go back and forth between the cameras. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's going to cross right over where this camera is. So that's right at the Highway 98, Highway 49 exchange, right next to Bobby Chain Airport, kind of right just to the southwest of Bobby Chain Airport.
I will say, new mesoscale discussion concerning that supercell says the environment's only increasing, so they're expecting.
For which one? The one back in Brookhaven?
Yes, Brookhaven.
Okay.
They're expecting that cell to continue to have the potential to produce a strong tornado.
That's just not good. So we were talking about how the lower level jet was going to increase as we go through the night and as we go into the night. And so we're continuing to see that. Jake just said the Storm Prediction Center says that ahead of that storm over in Franklin County, there's just more and more ingredients for the storm to keep going. I want to see if we can get another view of this Hattiesburg storm as it passes near Dixie. Oh, wow. What is that?
Oh,
what is that? This is looking south here. That is a definite lowering here. That is basically just south of where we were looking. That is moving directly over this camera. This is south of Hattiesburg, on Highway 49. We might see something here very soon. You can see it. You can see this. This is rotating right here. What we have on. You can see that this part of the cloud here. This part of the cloud is rotating inward. So right here, this is going into the storm, going basically from right to left across the screen. This is where this storm is going to cross. We're looking at it right here. This is the storm we're watching, the one that's in Hattiesburg right now. This might pass north of here. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at that.
Is that a tornado on the ground there? We're
Ooh,
trying.
very left.
Yeah, to the very left of that camera.
Yeah, hold on.
That's looking to the south.
Wow.
That camera might lose power here very soon. We're trying to see if we can get something here. That just moved off the camera. New tornado warning. So new tornado warning that continues on through Perry County. Baseball size hail is what's possible with this one. So that's moving north. Look at this. Like lots of stuff going on here. That might have been the tornado we just saw go right to the side of the screen. So this is heading up towards that camera we were looking at. We might get a view on this here in a second because I know which camera is in the path of this one. It's going to be right there. Let's see. Can we see anything here? Nope. Looking around the cameras for now. Seeing if we can get a side of this one. We definitely just saw something right there. Continuing to look at it. So this is crossing over where Bobby Chain Airport is. And so over the community of McLaurin, over 4 points. That's where that one is right now. We'll go back to this tornado warning here near Meadville. This just crossed over the community of, or over Bude, basically, falling over Berrytown Road. This is now downgraded to a tornado, to just an observed tornado. So no more tornado emergency on it. But still looking at it, not seeing any debris being lofted right now. But I would still act like this is on the ground as it moves through eastern Franklin County and moves into Lincoln County. Oh, that camera fell. The MDOT camera fell that we were looking at. Yeah, if... Here's the next view we might get of it. Yeah, that moved directly over there. Here's the newest look. We'll see if something crosses over here. My guess is if something just crossed over that was rotating. What we just saw a few minutes ago, that was rotating. You could tell it obviously. So that will move right over this camera here. Just trying to see if we can look into this storm. Usually if you can show someone a tornado's on the ground, they'll take it very seriously. So that's where we're sitting at. Ralston, this is about to cross over you right now. 4.732. You got a few more minutes till this crosses over you there. Still, tornado observed. Tornado on the ground. Over Berrytown Road in Franklin County. This is also crossing over Foster Lane right now. I would not be shocked if this one is still on the ground as well. I think we still have debris being lofted as well. Hard to tell. And looking at it, velocity is telling us that there's definitely something there. So I'd still say tornado on the ground there in Franklin County. But there's going to be your rotation. The one south, on the one south of the 9849 interchange, south of Hattiesburg. Yeah, it's just hanging down. Completely fell. Yeah. Okay. Here's all we have from that. This is now crossing over McCollum and 4 points. So that's all we have for you right now with that one. So this is past now south of Hattiesburg, heading over 4 points in McCollum, uh, in Forest County. Or sorry, not in Forest County. This is going to move into northern Perry County within the next few minutes. Luckily, debris radar not showing as much debris being lofted as we saw earlier. Not totally impossible that this thing's still on the ground, though. So, still possibly 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. We'll wait to see what they say. I'm not seeing too much on correlation coefficient right now. So, on the debris radar that we call it. But definitely 2 storms that could still potentially have tornadoes on the ground. Here's the rotation for that storm that's now east of Meadville. That just crossed over Scott Murray Road and is about to cross over Ern Jones Road in Franklin County. So this is continuing on towards west of Lincoln, towards Bogachita, and towards Brookhaven, and is basically following along Highway 84 right now. The storm over here in Perry County, it has baseball-sized hail within it. But we're also watching this area of rotation over McCollum, heading towards Raglan and 4 points. This is going to move towards New Augusta, more than likely going to move up north towards Richton, though. So we might have potentially had that tornado go through that camera we just saw. I'll have to go back and look at it. That was very interesting there.
There was a lot of cameras that were right next to it that just suddenly cut off. Like immediately when I was looking at them, just like a minute ago.
What is this right here? Trying to see if we have any like damage that we can see with these cameras. I'm not seeing anything. This would suggest that this is probably passed through. Okay, so that has now moved through that area more than likely. So yeah, that's over McCollum and 4 points right now. If we look back to the one that was a tornado emergency, it's only a PDS tornado warning right now, but that does not take away anything from this. If you're in Quinton or in Lucien on Highway 84, you got to be in that safe spot. We look back at the correlation coefficient. Maybe some debris being lofted right now might still be on the ground, so you got to take caution here with this one. If you're in Amite County, if you're in Pike County, this is north of you. So if you're in Amite or Pike counties, you're good. This is shifted north a little bit, up into south, into west or east central Franklin County. So we switch back and forth between these for now. Not seeing anything that's showing that both of these are on the ground as of right now, which is very good. But large hail now moving into Perry County. So we can now move over to looking at some other things. If you're near Indian Springs or along Highway 29 south of Reynoldstown, large hail up to baseball size. Baseballs falling from the sky, heading through northern Perry County up towards McSwain and towards Richton. Which also, you have a tornado risk with that one, because that tornado could still be on the ground or could touch down at any second towards Bellevue, Maned, and New Augusta. If you're in Ruth, this will more than likely head north of you. So there's your rotation. Basically about to cross over Lucien and Highway 84. Y'all keep looking at the debris and see if you see anything that I don't. I'm not thinking these are both on the ground right now anymore.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, both of these are, well, one of them, the tornado warning for Perry County is now switched to radar indicated, meaning that they don't, there's no proof that it's still on the ground, but I would still act as if it is. You're good. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm gonna take over for Ashen for just a couple minutes. So we've been looking at this cell headed towards Brookhaven. This has been the previous tornado emergency that was just south of Meadsville. We're looking. We don't see it as strong as it was. There's still quite a couplet on this, so still definitely treat this as an observed tornado. But we are not seeing the debris ball we were earlier, thankfully. Looking back over near New Augusta, we're gonna switch this over to reflectivity. So this notch is where we're in. This notch here is where we're mainly concerned about the tornado, just west of New Augusta, moving due east, essentially. We're gonna switch this reflectivity. It's not looking. Our rotation is looking a little more broad here, but still pay attention to the cell. The environment's very supportive, so the cell definitely can recycle. So if you're in New Augusta, definitely be paying attention for this tornado.
All right, I'm back.
All right, Ashton's back.
Good. Sorry about that. So back here. So like I said, both of these look like they're off the ground now. Both of them have been downgraded to radar indicated warnings. And so what that means is like there's rotation there. The radar's showing us that they're rotating. The radar is not showing us that there's any debris being lofted, but these are still rapidly rotating. So if you're in these tornado warnings, they need to be taken seriously and you need to be into the safe spot because these can touch down like they did a little while ago once again. I wouldn't be shocked if you were in Meadville. I wouldn't be shocked if you had some debris falling from the sky not that long ago. And so here's the situation here. You have that tornado emergency that went through, that tornado that had pretty bad damage is what it looked like through Franklin County. And so here's what kind of is going on here. This storm that's in Franklin County and moving into Lincoln County is in the best environment for the night. And that's going to continue on to the east, maybe a little northeast across the night. And so I think this storm, if it continues on like it was, because I mean, it's still south of like where Natchez was. If it continues on, this is going to be a problem for Prentiss, Collins, maybe even Laurel and Jones County if it continues on. So that's where we're going with right now. That's the problem for now with that one. The storm here in Perry County is still in a decent environment, not as good as the other one. But large hail with this storm, baseball size hail with the storm in Perry County. So if you're basically anywhere along the Highway 84 corridor or you're several miles from it and you're ahead of Franklin County, or if you're in like Lincoln County or to the east along 84, be prepared for tonight. Still watching the storm as it nears New Augusta. If you're in New Augusta, be aware this is still rotating as it's nearing you there in New Augusta. The Hell Core is to the north of you. That's heading towards McSwain and Richton. The tornado issue is heading towards New Augusta right now. Not on the ground from what it looks like, but still that rotation heading towards you there in New Augusta. All right, perfect. We'll eventually get some looks here of this storm at some point soon. Oh, can't use that. That is a storm chaser. See if... never mind. So here's where that hook is. You can't see it too good. Looking at velocity, the rotation is here south of Belleville in Perry County over on Highway 98. That's heading to the east towards New Augusta. So that's where we're sitting there. Oh, I need to make Hudson a mod. Did I already make you a mod?
Oh, you did.
Yeah, I think you're a mod. If not, Jacob can make you a mod, so you're good.
Did you kick me off the moderating team? Is that what's going on?
I have no clue.
Mm.
Still a very tight rotation here moving through Franklin County. This is over. Well, whoops, sorry. This is over Pleasant Valley Road right now. Still moving to the east. Going to cross over Burt Jordan Road in the next few minutes. They have just cut off the tornado warning. It's back to observed.
Oh,
Did they just?
they did. Yeah, it just got back to observe.
Yep, they just issued. They just said
Wow.
observed tornado. So tornado back on the ground here for Brookhaven.
Yeah, this code core is definitely defined.
So
Just
tornado.
radar confirmed.
So yeah,
Whatever.
radar. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Tornado back on the ground now. Near Brookhaven. Yeah, my scans are like 10 minutes old. That's why. So tornado back on the ground, heading towards Brookhaven and heading towards Bogachita. If you're there in Lincoln County, you got to get back in your safe space. If you're not already there, tornado back on the ground. We were talking about how the environment's there so that even if this tornado lifts, it can touch back down at any second. So tornado back on the ground. This is more than likely over the community of West Lincoln, Arlington right now, as well as Center Point. Still worried about that storm nearing New Augusta right now. Not seeing debris being lofted, but that's entering New Augusta right now. So that is now officially reached New Augusta. That rotation, that is a very, very distinct area of rotation just south of New Augusta, about to move in. It's about to cross over Main Street, but is over Milky Creek and North Tank Trail right now. So crossing over 29, about to cross 98, and crossing over Main Street in New Augusta. Still currently only radar indicated, but velocity is telling me that this could be on the ground at any point. Yeah, still debris being lofted. I think that's over West Lincoln right now. About to cross over West Lincoln. Yes. Oh, wow. We might have two here. We might have two on the ground here. There you go right there, and then a huge rotation there. So definitely back on the ground. Maybe one tornado. Hard to tell. Maybe twins. Who knows at this point? This is over the community of West Lincoln. That's huge area of rotation there. Whenever you see the radar kind of glitching out like that, that tells you something's back on the ground. It is now not only observed, it is back to a PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation once again. Another destructive tornado back on the ground as this now enters into Lincoln County.
Yeah, there's a clear debris ball on radar.
What does it look like? Oh, yeah. It's back on the ground again, for sure. What radar is that from?
Otherwise,
Well, no. What
station?
oh
What's type?
yeah. KHTC. Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge. That's from the Baton Rouge. Okay.
Oh.
So yeah, tornado back on the ground in Lincoln County. If you're along Highway 84, if you're in Brookhaven, or if you're in Bogachita, you got to be in your safe spot, or if you're anywhere in between that. So back on the ground, a large destructive tornado, possibly on the ground once again. Here's what it looks like. We'll go ahead and we'll plan that out for areas ahead of this. This will be heading towards East Lincoln 802, Monticello 814. I know we have multiple people watching from Monticello. I know that for a fact. If you're in Monticello or near Monticello, you have roughly 30 minutes till this gets there. And like we said, we don't expect this to slow down anytime soon. We'll see if they go back with a emergency there as this enters a highly populated area. This is heading directly towards Brookhaven. Tornado warning down there towards New Augusta. Still doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, from what I'm seeing. So let's go with that one. So we are right now, until we see something on that tornado warning in Perry County, we're going to focus on the storm up here in Lincoln County. Did they just emergency it? I haven't seen that yet. I'm hearing tornado emergency for Sontag and Brookhaven. Not seeing any confirmation of that just yet. Let's see what we got here. I still have tornado warning. Yeah, I still have tornado warning, so we'll wait and see. Oh yeah, look at that. That is a well-defined hook once again.
Yeah.
Wow, that is terrible as this storm continues to chug along to the east. But yeah, that's nearing Brookhaven, so still PDS. If you don't know what PDS means, that means particularly oh wow. That's bad. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's
That's
bad.
not good.
If you know anybody in West Lincoln, Arlington, Thayer, Bogachetta, Hartman, Brookhaven, they have to be in an interior room. This is a large tornado potentially on the ground once again. Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
Is that gray on the... Is that gray? No,
Looks like
no, that's just... Okay, never mind. Ignore that. Okay. So once again on the ground, that is from the... That's the view from the radar down in Louisiana. This is the Jackson radar. You can see a well-defined hook shape once again as this is moving into Brookhaven, moving towards Bogachetta. Along that line over 55 and Highway 51. I'll see if we have anything here. Don't have anything there to be able to look at this, so I'm gonna have to do it with radar only for now. Looks like that storm over in Perry County nearing Richton is more of a hell threat right now. Baseball size hell with that one.
Yeah, that's a free ball over. What street is
Switching this back over.
this?
The debris ball is currently over Arlington Drive and Auburn Drive to the southwest of Brookhaven right now. That's where that debris ball is. You can see it right here moving off to the east, about to cross over Thayer and Hartman. That's where we're seeing the debris ball. It's on this radar, it's this light blue right here as it moves off to the northeast. That's that debris ball. Yeah, I think it is tornado emergency right now. At PDS right now.
It's still a PDS.
Yeah, it's still PDS, not yeah.
Yeah, Arlington and Auburn.
Yeah. It's
Randolph.
still not a tornado emergency, but in this case, it doesn't matter. Large tornado on the ground. That is crossing over Arlington Drive and Calvary Drive right now, south of Brookhaven. Yeah, there it is. You can see it now on the correlation coefficient.
Yep.
On this radar. It's the big blue dot here. It's about to cross over 55 within the next, really, 2 or 3 minutes. Also, golf ball size hell possible with this storm that's moving towards Brookhaven, or moving south of Brookhaven right now. Just checking in on the storm over towards New Augusta. I mean, that's a still very strong velocity couplet over the community of Ferguson. This looks like it'll cross north of Beaumont. But if you're in Cottrell or Benmore or Hintonville, this is heading your way and will eventually head into a Greene County within the next 15 minutes or so. There it is. There's your hook. There's the classic supercell shape that we don't want to see, and a well-defined hook here at the bottom.
Very well.
See the rotation here. Very strong velocities right next to each other. That is currently over Auburn Drive and Arlington Drive, right? Still crossing over the interstate within the next few minutes. Brookhaven probably having a lot of hail right now, but the primary concern is a tornado on the ground just south of you between West Lincoln and Thayer. Like I said, if you're in the Thayer community or in Hartman, it might be clearing up for just a second. You're not seeing any rain right now, but you are in the inflow notch right now into this cell, which means it's going to be clear for now, but you have a tornado possible just off to your east. Or to your west. You got to be in the safe spot. There's the debris ball still right there heading towards Thayer. We'll plan this out for times right ahead of this one. This is probably about to be over Thayer in the next minute. Thayer and Hartman, you have to be in your safe spot right now. There it is. There's that debris ball. Enterprise 756, East Lincoln 802, Fair Oak Springs 801, Fair River 803, Center 806, Monticello 814, Silver Creek 822. That's the current timing on this one. And we might be going for a while on this storm. Looks like the storm over towards New Augusta. It's still going. Look at that. This might get on the ground here very soon once again. Correlation coefficient, we might have a tornado back on the ground. Maybe. May have a tornado back on the ground here over Ferguson, crossing over 98 over the Leaf River. This is just off to the north of Beaumont. Tornado warning just extended through Greene County. If you're in Cottrell, gotta be in the safe space here because tornado could be back on the ground right now through Perry County. Cole Green 805, Wilson 803. This is heading just basically north side of Beaumont right now. Back to the Brookhaven storm. If you're in Brookhaven, you got to be in your safe spot. It looks like this might pass directly over the Thayer and Hartman communities. Do we have any updates back there?
Nothing much. Looks like it, like you said, it's past the 55 right now.
Yeah.
Just mainly these two. I think a new warning has been implemented. Yeah, new warning just got implemented, just expanding that area near Leakesville into the east of Hattiesburg. Still baseball-sized hail in the area. It's not letting out anytime soon.
Trying to see if I have. Okay, you keep an eye on that, and that'll work.
Gotcha.
Talking to Gollaby right now.
Huh?
I'm talking to Gollaby about keeping an eye on one of the storms. Your daughter is in Beaumont. Has it hit yet? This is crossing just north of Beaumont right now. Is what it looks like. That Thayer storm. This is over 55 right now, crossing over Interstate 55 right now in the Thayer community. Still looking like there's some debris being lofted. That's the Jackson view from the Jackson radar. Oh yeah, no, still definitely a tornado on the ground from the radar down there near Hammond. You can still see some debris on the still some debris being lofted. We still have to act like these are still on the ground no matter what right now, considering what's going on. This is heading directly over Thayer and Hartman. About to cross over Enterprise in the next few minutes, and east of Lincoln is where we're looking at this thing going.
Springfield Trail.
Yeah, this is over Interstate 55 at Springfield Trail, like Hudson just mentioned. Crossing over Crawford Lane and crossing over Hog Chain Drive. No, I don't see anything on that one. Yeah, I see it. I don't see anything there. That's good.
Huh?
No, I was talking to Calabi. Here, someone talk behind me about this Brookhaven storm real quick.
Okay.
While I find the charger.
Yes. So yes, this Brookhaven storm is still still showing debris signatures, so it is definitely on the ground. Any people in Brookhaven and south of Brookhaven need to be in their safe zone right now.
And honestly, it looks like it just wrapped up kind of again as well. It was still on the ground, but looks like the storm just wrapped up kind of again, like it's gonna kind of strengthen once again. Here, can you plug up to that one back over there?
People are asking about Columbia and about Hattiesburg. I mean, I think both of these areas are not very likely because Cellett's coming through. It's leaving Hattiesburg right now. I don't think there's gonna be.
So I'm still saying large tornado on the ground. That's what I'm thinking here. Heading basically into Hartman and Thayer. This is crossing over 61 now. That Hattiesburg tornado warning is over, but the chance for severe weather is still possible, like tornadoes. That storm has now moved north of Beaumont and is moving into Greene County now. Really, for Hattiesburg, I think you're good for the rest of the night. The main concern is this tornado near Brookhaven. Oh, yeah, no, still. Yeah. Still got a tornado over Thayer still. You can still see it on the debris here. Debris radar. Still a tornado on the ground for sure. Looking back towards Beaumont right now, for that storm we were mentioning, looking at the velocity, I mean, that is still, I mean, you have it just now northeast of Beaumont is where your rotation is going to be over Arlington Road. That's where it is crossing into Greene County, heading towards Cold Green and Reba right now, but nothing screaming tornado over with that one. But what is screaming tornado is the tornado over Thayer and Hartman in Lincoln County. That's still definitely on the ground there. And so, do you have anything on the do you have anything from the mesoscale discussion or from the SPC regarding this scale or this storm?
They do have a mesoscale discussion that was previously issued that says the environment's still very favorable and it's going to become more favorable as the lower level jet ramps up. So the storm is going to have the ingredients, and they have just issued a tornado emergency.
Oh, yep, tornado emergency once again. Wow, we are back with so tornado emergency issued once again for this one. That's the second tornado emergency of the night for the same tornado. Oh, wow, that is bad. Large tornado. I mean, how wide is this? That is, I mean, over a mile wide in terms of debris ball. Might not be that wide, but this is a large tornado on the ground. I mentioned this morning how I was concerned about large tornadoes being possible. It was going to depend on if storms popped up. And unfortunately, storms did pop up and mature. This was the type of event we were talking about. High ceiling, low floor. The high ceiling has definitely been reached. If you're in Hartman, gotta be in that interior room. This is a deadly situation crossing over Hog Chain Drive, heading basically towards Monticello. This is south of Brookhaven. This is kind of southern Brookhaven. This is also heading towards Monticello in Lawrence County. So, like I said, this is continuing on. This is heading still directly east, basically. I mean, maybe a little bit northeast. So if it continues at this rate, I mean, Prentice, Collins, Laurel is eventually down the road for this one. So tornado emergency once again. They're probably about to expand this tornado warning through Lawrence County. I'm going to be honest. Someone make a post about this, please.
Just got several pictures of damage from 55.
Oh, Jacob's got it. Just tornado emergency. Tornado following 84 south of Brookhaven. Going to continue on. Environment still favorable. Blah 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 blah. Send it to Jake in the in the chat afterwards and get him to check it.
After what?
Jacob's writing about this right now, getting a post made.
Okay.
Which part of Laurel, we don't know. This is still over an hour or so, over maybe an hour and a half away from Laurel. So that's just what's eventually down the road if this continues on.
Yeah, these pictures are probably not usable actually. They're from a verified tornado account.
New tornado warning issued. They just continued it on with a PDS for now. They're not expanding the tornado emergency, but still, tornado warning through Lawrence County and through western portions of Jeff Davis County. Yeah. So still, large tornado on the ground, crossing over Highway 583 right now. So planning that out ahead, if you're ahead of this storm, whoops, wrong thing. If you're out ahead of this storm, this will be over East Lincoln in the next few minutes. 8:05 for East Lincoln, roughly 5 minutes or so. So you got to be in the safe spot there. 8:17 for Monticello, 8:25 for Silver Creek, 8:33 for Prentice is the estimated timing. Still a tornado warning now through George County. Honestly, that rotation is kind of broadened out now. So that's not the primary concern, but baseball size hail possible there through George or Greene County. Still a hook on this cell, but that's not the main concern right now with that cell. Here's what I would say is concerning is this cell's continuing on, but look to the south of the cell. It is clear. Absolutely clear to the south of this supercell. And so, I mean, what are we seeing? Dew point 73 to the south. Dew point 72. Dew points in the upper 70s with a clear area to the south. This storm can go for a while, and that's why we are telling you this. Because, I mean, this storm has been this tornado has been on and off the ground for, I mean, what is it, an hour and a half at this point?
Yeah.
It's just going to continue to go. And so this is right now over Shell Oil Lane, over Highway 583, like I mentioned, and Mount Olive Road in Lincoln County. They just shortened the tornado emergency for now. We'll see if they expand the tornado emergency into Lawrence County. Still seeing debris. I definitely still see debris on the ground are being lofted with this one. You can still see it from both radar sites. Is the severe threat over after the supercell passes you? I believe. Let me give you the all clear area, or what I believe to be the all clear area. If you're down here, you're all clear. I think you're all good if you're down here in the area I just circled. You might be good if you're behind that tornado emergency. You should be good. Can't say for certain, but for the most part, if you're behind this tornado emergency, you're good. Hey Jake, check what he sent you in general.
Okay.
So now this is over the enterprise community. We say this is moving east at 50. I think it might be moving a little slower, honestly. Maybe, Jake, maybe spice that up a little bit. I don't know. Add some more information to that.
Okay.
Wait, here we go.
I think Jake's going to fix it and send it to you. I'm seeing pictures from this, seeing a good bit of damaged pictures. If anyone sees damaged pictures across Mississippi, send them to us. Like, send them to us if you can. If you took them, send them to us. Or if you know the person, send them to us. Send them to our direct message us with them. Or tag us in them. That works too. Bethel Road southeast and Malayu Drive southeast is where that is right now. Just send it back to him and he'll put it on. Okay, let's see what we have right now. Trying to see if I can see.
Well, this person just sent a whole video.
Oh wow, there was a fire in Tylertown from a lightning strike an hour ago. I'm seeing a video of that now. It's like entire house engulfed from a fire in Tylertown earlier from a lightning strike. Um,
I'll put it in this chat. Actually, no, but
see if I could find anything right now. Let's show y'all.
put it in graphical ideas. Actually, no, where should I put it?
High end tree damage is what I'm hearing from some things. Yep. Oh, yep. So now officially, tornado emergency extended all the way through Monticello and into western Jeff Davis County. So if you're in Monticello, it's now a tornado emergency.
Posted, I think it's reposted. The person that reposted it wasn't from that.
Definitely still a large tornado on the ground with this one. That is why they have extended the tornado emergency. This will be East Lincoln and within 5 minutes. Monticello 8:22, Silver Creek 8:30. Like we've been saying, this is going to continue. I don't see this stopping anytime soon. It might lift for a second, but we don't see this stopping anytime soon. We might be going for a while with this storm, which is why if you're ahead of it, Prentice, Collins, Laurel, be prepared in the next hour to 2 hours. This could reach you as a destructive storm. Hearing reports of people trapped in homes in Bogachita from this one. Yep, tornado emergency now extended, like I said, through Lawrence County. Seeing if I can find anything we have here. Jake, are you updating that?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, Jake's working on it.
Good.
Check our DMs and see if anyone's sending us anything, by the way. Yeah, seeing some pictures of damage across the area. I'm not seeing anything too much right now. Still a destructive situation heading into East Lincoln right now. If you know anybody in East Lincoln, in Eastern Lincoln County, they got to be in their safe space. Still a large destructive tornado on the ground. The radar glitching out once again. Seeing what I can find here. Yeah, I mean, still large debris ball. This is over East Lincoln Road between Brookhaven and East Lincoln. About to cross into East Lincoln. Let me see if I can get this loaded up for y'all. Yeah, this is directly heading towards Monticello. You have Harmony. This is about to cross over Harmony, about to head across East Lincoln. Center as well. Robinwood 822, Arm 827. Do I think it will head into Stringer? I don't know. We still have about an hour, hour and a half till we would know for sure. But that is sometime in the future ahead of this storm. Let's see. Trying to see if I can find anything here regarding damage. I'm not seeing anything in regards to damage pictures right now. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, I'm going as far. I'm so desperate looking at
Yeah, I
Instagram
can't find
threads.
anything. Yes, it's still tornado on the ground. PDS tornado emergency. I think they're all PDS automatically. That is entering the community of Harmony and Fair River right now. I'm sorry that we're giving such a wide area for where this tornado is. It's just such a large tornado, and honestly, what worries me, this is heading directly towards Monticello, and I mean directly towards Monticello, not north, not south, directly towards the town of Monticello. There in Lawrence County. That is the county seat in Lawrence County. So this is heading directly for there. Will it get bad in Natchez again? More than likely, no. Unless you get a thunderstorm behind you, but not really expecting anything too bad there. Do we have any damage reports? Can one of y'all check that? I'm not seeing anything popped up yet, but
Seeing.
so yeah, that tornado now over Union Road right now. It's moving fairly slow. I'm not gonna lie. Like we're saying it's moving at 50. I think it's moving a little slower than that. But this, like we mentioned, this is moving directly towards Monticello. If you're anywhere between East Lincoln and Monticello, like center, like the community of Center, got to be in your safe spot. This is heading towards East Lincoln Road as well as Carmel New Hope Road. Storm looks like it might need to recycle here soon. It's kind of balled up on itself, but sometimes that's kind of what these storms look like whenever they have a large tornado on the ground. So, I mean, we're still seeing it in here. Tornado on the ground over Union Road, over Rails Lane, southeast is what it looks like, and over Harmony is kind of where this is passing.
I'm not seeing any storm reports.
Okay. So this continues to head east towards Monticello. I mean, this is entering into Lawrence County about right now. If you're there in central Lawrence County along Highway 84 or near 84, gotta get ready to be in the safe spot because this is still potentially a large damaging tornado on the ground right now. We've been seeing it with the velocity. I mean, you have bright greens, bright reds, pinks next to each other here. Tornado emergency issued. Look at the correlation coefficient. You got the debris there being lifted by this tornado. And so, if you know anybody in Monticello, they have got to be in their safe spot by now. Because even though it's still a good ways away, even though it's still probably over 15, 30 minutes away, you need to go ahead and get in that safe spot. Whew. Looks like the tornado warning there in Greene County is going to move out here before too long. But still, I mean, watching this rotation north of Bradley into the west of Jonathan, it's fairly weak. Still nothing being lifted there, but still got to watch that one. So tornado warning there in Greene County. This is going to pass north of Leakesville, crossing over Highway 63 right now. So You're there on that one. Stay in your safe space with that. I know there's probably not a lot of coverage with that storm due to the tornado going on between Fair River and East Lincoln and crossing over Harmony. I'm still seeing debris being lofted heading up towards Fair River. Right here with this one, it's going to be right there, heading north towards Fair River. But still, this basically heading directly towards Monticello. So this is the second time we've had a tornado emergency issued for this same storm. We've been watching it since it was south of Natchez. Hold on, can't hear you, Gollaby. I can now.
Yeah, sorry, Ash, I'm not finding anything.
Well, it's an extension of the same one.
Not finding anything.
Green, George County, you still have that tornado warning on you down there for a fairly strong area of rotation, but nothing being lofted according to radar. That's going to pass north of Leaksville. That's currently over the community of Jonathan, heading over towards Clark and about to cross over 57 in the next few minutes. We're still looking around behind the scenes trying to give you anything we can find out right now. Still got that area of rotation just over Fair River now and the community of Harmony. That's crossing over Pleasant Grove Drive right now and over Harmony Church. That's kind of where we're seeing that area of rotation right now as this nears Monticello. Here's still your timing for that Monticello, about 8:26, roughly 10 minutes till that's over Monticello. I'd suggest being in your safe space before that. Silver Creek 8:34, Prentice around 8:40. We'll switch it over to correlation coefficient real quick. I mean, you can still see massive debris ball as if this thing recycled and is back on the ground. And so it just continues and continues and continues to carry on. Prentice, I know you're not in the tornado emergency right now. Act as if you're in a tornado warning right now there in Prentice, because this thing will be in Prentice probably within the next 30 minutes or so is when that will be entering the Prentice area. Right now, we're worried about Monticello. It's about to move into Monticello. Very serious situation as this enters into a city at this point. Really a town, but a city. The town, what am I saying? The county seat of Lawrence County. Trying to see if I can find anything regarding what we've been tagged in. If you have any damage, make sure you tag it in. Or make sure you tag us in it so that we can find it and show the live stream regarding what's going on right now. Yep. Trying to see what I can find us in. Oh, this must be on my personal. I can't find it. Okay. So one thing you need to remember is that we have the community group that you can send damage pictures into. The community group basically allows us to all share damage pictures, show what's going on, and to keep each other informed. I'm putting the link to that. Here into the chat here in just a second. I'm about to share it in now. So copying the link and putting it into the chats right now. That is the Facebook group where you can send your damage pictures in. I just sent that over in the chat. Still a tornado on the ground. Now about to head towards Monticello. We might honestly have a satellite too. Right here rotating around the main mesocyclone. And you see that, Jake? I mean, could be.
Yeah, I do.
Could be a satellite little tornado going around it. Could be two tornadoes. Hard to tell. But main tornado is going to be crossing over Trace Road and Zude Russell Road. Now into Lawrence County. This is going to be in Monticello within the next 2 to 3 minutes is when this is going to cross into Monticello. Remember, if you're watching on Facebook, we have a YouTube. Look up Magnolia State Weather on YouTube, and you'll find us on YouTube. You can put us on a TV while you're watching weather coverage. Gas station imbued with damage. I'll bring that up in a second. Once again, looking around, trying to find what I can get here. All right. I'll pull that up in a second. But this is entering Monticello now, heading towards Silver Creek and heading towards Prentice. Like I said, if you're in Monticello, have to be in that safe space. I mean, you can still see it here. Huge debris ball with this storm right there. Huge debris ball. You can still see it. Thing's still on the ground as it crosses now into Lawrence County. So this is the third or fourth county that this tornado has been in. So third or fourth that this has been in. So I'll pull up that picture now once I can find it. There we go. So here is the picture from Bude. This is some gas station damage there in Bude to the Shell station. That's what we have right now. That's the only picture I've seen so far of damage. I know I've seen some other tree damage, but nothing that's been too bad. Just looks like tornado damage. But yeah, this is now entering into Monticello. Might have some other bits trying to get into there. Here's what we can kind of break down here. Let's bring up. Did I close the Epic Pen? Bring that back. So here's kind of the storm structure. You can see the inflow into the storm here. The outflow behind it just all wrapping around together, entering into Monticello. This could be a very, very, very bad situation as this now is about to cross into Monticello, going to cross over 27 within the next few minutes. That damage was in Bude that I just saw. That I just showed. Oh boy. So yeah, I'm still thinking this is on the ground. Nothing telling us that this is not on the ground still. That's a still big debris ball. This is crossing over James Cox Road right now and Carmel New Hope Road, as well as this is basically moving into Monticello right now. So like we've said, we've been mentioning this storm for a while. It's still going to go for a good bit. If it continues on, this will go towards Collins and towards Laurel. And really looking at this, I don't know if it would go. I don't know if it's going to shift north any much. Can you see what the right mover direction is? Because these are moving directly east, is what it feels. Almost directly east. I know you can look at that in the sounding from 7 o'clock. Is there supposed to be more around 1 a.m.? Really, I think this will be completely moved out by 1. I mean, we might not know for certain. This storm that we're watching right now could be the final one. And so, like I said, it's such a discrete kind of, it's a discrete system today. We're not seeing a big old line coming through. We're seeing one individual cell basically moving through.
Yeah, our right mover is due east.
Yeah, basically. So, like I said, I'm concerned about this one. The channel was born out of Jones County. I'm from Jones County. I know a lot of people following this from Jones County. I'm trying to give you the warning. This is going to continue east, and this storm will more than likely eventually reach Jones County and will have the potential to produce a tornado. Let me go ahead and tell you that right now, especially since we're still seeing major things in a tornado emergency in Lawrence County. So it's just continuing to go. That's why if you're ahead of this along the 84 corridor, you got to be prepared as the storm continues on. This is now into Monticello right now. You can still see it definitely on the ground still. We'll go ahead and give you rough timing if this continues on for a long time. Prentice 845, Collins 905, Ellisville 927, Laurel 932. That's if it continues on. I think that's a little fast, honestly. They say this is moving at 50. I think it's moving slower than that, so it's probably going to be a little later than that if I had to guess, but that's the timing on when you definitely need to be alert. So I don't think we're really going to see any more cells kind of start forming their way up and trying to produce a tornado. It's kind of one of those things where the storm that's already formed up is just going to keep going. Hold on. Let me answer something real quick. So, still that rotation entering into Monticello, it's kind of weakened just a little bit. But I would still say this is definitely still on the ground. We'll see if this storm has to recycle once again. It's what this storm has had to do several times. So it's produced multiple tornadoes. Just insane as this moves through. Uh, what time will Stone County get bad? I really don't think you'll see anything there in Stone County. I think you're good for the night. So here's what it looks like. Here's what I'm expecting to happen. We've seen the cell kind of get itself kind of crammed together now as it's entered into Monticello. I honestly don't think we're long. I don't think it's long until we see this storm recycle once again. And it has plenty of fuel to recycle, so I think that's what we're going to see. We're seeing the rotation kind of die down just a little bit. More than likely, still a tornado on the ground. Still definitely looking like a tornado's on the ground. Tornado emergency still there. This is in Monticello now, so got to be in that safe spot in Monticello. Still following Highway 84. This is going to be towards Prentice in about 15 to 20 minutes or so. And so this is about to go through downtown Monticello. And so here's what I want to go ahead and warn you. Even if this lifts, if it lifts, this will more than likely recycle. It will try to form something again within the next little bit if it lifts. And so that's if it lifts. It has already lifted once. We've seen that. The storm has already lifted once. And it immediately touched back down roughly 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, and once again produced another large tornado. I wonder what the I'm sure. Go ahead. All right. Oh. So this is in Monticello right now, crossing over, or basically crossing along Carmel New Hope Road. Going to cross over towards West Thomas East Jolly Drive, towards West McPherson Drive. This is going to go right through downtown Monticello if it's still on the ground. It's a very concerning thing to say, but basically going to go right through Monticello if it isn't already moving through Monticello. So there you can see it. Still that debris ball moving into Monticello. So if there's not a tornado moving through Monticello, you're definitely going to probably have debris raining down on you from this tornado. Sounds crazy, but it happens. And so you got to be in the safe spot there in Monticello. This is a tornado moving into the city right now, into the town right now. One thing that might try to limit this storm is we're starting to see some rain kind of come into the back end of it, but it could be a constructive merger. Hard to tell what's going on exactly with the rain behind it. But as of right now, I still think we have a tornado on the ground entering into Monticello. I expect a tornado warning to be issued for Prentice within the next few minutes. They're probably going to expand this here very soon. Looking at the debris radar, debris currently over Monticello. If it's not on the ground, it's raining debris there. Looks like the storm might be choking itself out right now, which would be good. But then we would need to watch and see if the storm tries to recycle. So no longer a tornado warning down there in Greene County. You're good down there now. The only storm we have in the state of Mississippi is this one with the tornado emergency that's over Monticello. That means we can focus all of our resources into this storm right now. So like I said, currently over Monticello. Gonna go through Silver, or gonna pass near Silver Creek, near White Sand, near Prentice within the next little bit. That's where this storm is right now. There over Monticello. So like I said, looks like the rotation's been weakening for now. It could try to redevelop here in the next little bit. We're still seeing stuff on the debris radar. What looks more than likely to still be debris being lofted with this one. We're also seeing ping pong ball size hail with this storm. So even if you're not getting a tornado right now, large hail still possible with this one as well. Still got to be in your safe space if you're along the Highway 84 corridor in Monticello, Silver Creek, or White Sand, or even in Prentice at this point. You got to be heading towards your safe spot here in the next little bit if you're there in Prentice. If this continues on, we'll get a camera on it once it gets to Collins, and then we'd have more cameras once it gets towards Laurel. That's if it continues on. That's the only chance of us seeing this if it continues on across 84. Overall, definitely looking like velocity's a lot less aggressive right now. We might see that debris ball start shrinking. National Weather Service still labeling this as a tornado on the ground right now, moving through Monticello, crossing over Highway 578. about to cross over the Pearl River and going to cross over Arm Road and Highway 43, which will then cross over Highway 43A. This should pass. Looks like it'll pass just south of Silver Creek. Hard to tell right now. Let me look at that.
Something else.
Here's a picture out of Bude. Tree down, tree uprooted by some storms.
Been a lot of that.
And then we also have tree down here in Purvis. This is what we have right now. Not a whole lot of pictures coming in right now from what we're seeing.
Yeah, I'm looking as hard as I can.
Thank you, Logan. It means a lot to us and our team. Been a long night so far, and we might be here for a while longer too. Interesting. Here's another picture from Purvis. Trees down across the road, some power lines here. This is in Purvis as well. So we've been seeing some damage from Purvis from that storm. That was the tornado we saw going through Purvis. So we're getting some damage reports from there, whether it is tornado damage or rather it is just storm damage.
Looks like Cold Town Baptist Church in Purvis had a lot of damage from the tornado as well. It was a very damaging tornado.
Yeah, you can. Be very engaging on that one. That'll do good. And so that's where we're sitting right now. That's how we're sitting. With still a tornado on the ground. Possibly through Monticello right now, moving south of Silver Creek. Looks like we might be seeing a mesocyclone. What's it called? Handoff soon. Hard to tell. It's trying to see if we're getting a new mesocyclone forming on this storm or not. I-55 closed in both directions due to tornado/tree damage between Brookhaven and Bogachita. Yeah, that sounds right. That's where that tornado crossed directly over. There between Brookhaven and Bogachita. I'd also post that.
Which one?
I-55 closed in both directions due to tree down between Bogachita and Brookhaven. Potential tornado.
How would I structure that post?
I'm putting it in the chat so that you can see what it kind of says. Figure that out. Okay, so still looks like that tornado might have tried to lift. Now, we're still seeing what looks to be debris here. Might not be debris anymore. Really looks like it might just be the back end of this cell. Hard to tell. They have not continued the tornado warning into Jeff Davis County yet. But it's still sitting there. Moving through that rotation still. Moving through right now. So I'd still say this is on the ground. Crossing over 43 right now. And crossing over 43A. Update from Bassfield. Tornado still possibly on the ground to your west and a tornado emergency.
Can I credit this lady that gave it to us or not?
It doesn't matter. It's public knowledge. Talk about potential tornado. That's what we saw going through. And so here, I think we're going to see a mesocyclone handoff here. So what's happening is you're seeing the rotation back here over Monticello, but now we're having a strengthening rotation here south of Silver Creek. Do you think we're getting a handoff here, Jake?
I'm watching this closely. There may be. It's hard to kind of tell with these mergers. It rolls up the wind, so you never know.
Yep. They just decreased that now to a tornado warning, radar indicated. So they no longer know if a tornado is on the ground right now. Tornado emergency has been allowed to go away. So yeah, that is not debris that we're seeing on the radar. Starting to get a little questionable about it. If it is, it's falling now from the sky. The tornado emergency has been allowed to go away. It's now just a tornado warning. We might be seeing a mesocyclone handoff here, which means that this storm is trying to means that this tornado is probably, or this storm is trying to recycle, basically. Is this tornado emergency ends in Lawrence County good weather or bad weather? I mean, you have a storm behind you south of Natchez right now, a thunderstorm, but that's about it right now. It's bad in Silver Creek right now. Yeah, if you're in Silver Creek, it's still going on right there. Large hail damaging winds, maybe a tornado in there still. So we might be seeing a handoff here. We'll understand that here in the next few minutes. It looks like we might have a tornado back on the ground here near Progress, potentially. New rotation has now formed here, basically over Progress, over the community of Progress. This is south of Prentice, going to head up northeast towards Prentice right now. That might be a new mesocyclone trying to form up on this storm. We're going to possibly see the back end of this mesocyclone come back around. We're kind of in a process where this storm is trying to recycle itself. So we'll see if it's able to do that. It might get choked off here, which would be good. Like I said, not looking like we're having a tornado on the ground right now, but that doesn't mean one couldn't get on the ground very quickly. If you're in Prentice, I would suggest being in a safe spot here. Not necessarily sure why the tornado warning has not been issued through Jeff Davis County yet, but I mean, rotation has entered Jeff Davis County now. If you're in Prentice, I would suggest being in a safe spot. This also includes Carson and Mount Carmel. I think this cell's going to have to go through a little, it's going to have to go through a little bit here to recycle, is what it's looking like. You might still have something on the ground, though. I'm not seeing anything on the debris radar, so that's pretty good. Looks like that has since lifted. Whew. Yeah, I think we're gonna see this cell try to recycle. Maybe the rain behind it might be choking it out a little, so that would be good. And still definitely some strong rotation over Progress. That's crossing over Progress Road and Vincent Road. Just south of Prentice. Going to try to move up to the northeast towards Prentice. Okay. Just trying to see if we had anything sent to me directly. I haven't seen anything. So like I said, if this continues on, this is kind of what we're looking at with timing now. Prentice 8:47, 5 minutes for Prentice. Collins 9:07. Roughly 30 minutes or so for Collins. So yeah, looks like this storm is kind of starting to struggle for now. Gonna see if they've issued a new mesoscale discussion here. Not that I see. Yeah, they haven't done anything yet. So still just gonna see if they're gonna extend the tornado warning here through Prentice and possibly out towards Collins. I think we're only a matter of time before this cell reorganizes itself and touches back down. Not seeing anything on the ground, but that rotation directly over Progress. Jake, what are you thinking here? Any clue?
It's really hard to tell. but it may be trying to. It may be trying to recycle.
That's what we're worried about here. You're seeing you had this main area of rotation out here south of Silver Creek. It's still there, but now it's looking like we're trying to replace that. The storm's trying to replace that area of rotation. So, like I said, I'm not worried that something's on the ground as of right now, but I still think if you're in Prentice, you need to act as if something is. Tornado warning still not there for Prentice. So like I said, Prentice, this rotation's just off to your south, roughly 5 minutes away. No tornado warning issued there yet, but I wouldn't be shocked if one gets issued here in the next minute or so, as one is really close to Prentice at this point. Yep, new tornado warning. Radar indicated. This includes Prentice and Collins, so they've now extended it all the way through Covington County. So we're getting closer and closer to Jones County. I know we have a lot of people there. If you're in Columbia, yes, you're good. I know we have a lot of people there in Jones County. This is continuing on. Radar indicated. Ping pong ball size hell. So might not have a tornado currently on the ground, but this thing is recycling. I think that is a new mesocyclone forming on this. For sure. So this continues on through Prentice, through Collins. Can we get a new post for the tornado warning extended through Covington County and
Yeah.
Prentice and Collins
Mhm.
as it continues along 84? Jake, he wants you to take care of that.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
We have a tornado warning.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there more coming through, or is this just it? Or is this it? I think this is the final cell we're dealing with. I mean, we'll have to watch and see and be careful about saying that. But this is the only storm we have for now. What's the path for Jones? Not sure yet. We're still a little whiles away from Jones County, but it's been creeping down 84. I can't give you a path just yet. We're a little too far away. Rotation just south of Prentice, crossing over Highway 13 right now. Just a reminder, we are here in the Apo Roofing and Construction Weather Center. If you have damage during this, they'll work with you. 601-498-1546. That's where you can get help with tarping your property. I know we've had several homes hit with damage tonight for sure. So call them. They'll help you free tarping, and they'll work with you and your insurance to get your home repaired. So the storm near Prentice, this thing has kind of taken its shape back. If we're going to be honest, this thing is kind of hooked back together once again. And it looks like that rain behind it might be helping. And so it looks like this thing's going to try to touch back down here within the next few minutes. It might even already be back on the ground. Hard to tell. I mean, might have some debris being lofted. Hard to tell. This is south of Prentice is where that rotation is. So if you're in Prentice, in Carson, got to be in the safe spot there. Plan that out ahead. This is if this thing just keeps going. Carson 853, Collins 908, Seminary 911, Ellisville 931, Laurel 936. We're still a whiles out from that, about an hour or so till this gets to Jones County. So we'll continue to watch that as it gets closer and closer. Still too far out to give an exact timing once we get towards Jones County, but I mean, we've been talking about it. This storm looks like it can continue to go for a while. We're still radar indicated, which means that there is not a tornado on the ground, at least verified right now. Radar indicated means that there's an area of rotation that could touch down at any second, basically. And so working. Include the link. Yeah. How's Lawrence County looking? This should be moved 3 by now. Maybe some lingering heavy rain behind and some lightning, but it should be good now after that has passed. Here's that broad rotation you can see. Overall, we're still in a redevelopment phase of this storm. Looks like this thing's trying to get its act back together, and really it's taking on a very nice hook shape once again. We can look up higher into the storm base to see if it's recovering a little bit. We look higher up, still looks like it's struggling, so trying to get different views of this cell to see how it's going and seeing if it's able to kind of figure itself out right now. Overall, like I said, don't think there's anything on the ground right now. At least nothing that's lofting debris for now. But still, something that is definitely rotating and trying to get its act back together. If you have any questions, feel free to send them in right now while we're kind of letting this storm see if it's going to try to cycle. Like I said, doesn't look like anything is on the ground right now. Would I say East Jones? Right now, still too far away for me to give exacts for Jones County, but this thing has basically been following the Highway 84 corridor. I mean, it's been along 84 for a while. Special weather statement up near Jackson. This includes Flora. That expires in 9 minutes for 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. Could I give a cutoff point, please? Like, what do you mean behind it? Like you're good? And we still have the storm down towards Natchez that could produce some severe weather here in a little bit. So that's kind of why I haven't given an all clear behind this storm. But I think if you're farther south along the Mississippi-Louisiana border, I think you're good. Oh, he doesn't have access, so you gotta post it, or
Oh, is he posting it?
yeah, he'll get it.
Okay. What
Do
can I
you think it could be heading towards Taylorsville? I think it's gonna stay south of Taylorsville unless it starts shifting to the northeast. That rotation just passed south of Prentice, now heading towards Terrell and heading towards Collins. That's kind of our big picture for where this is going. Will Franklin County, Mississippi get hit? I don't think you'll get hit bad again. At least I hope not. You have that storm off to your west now. It doesn't really look impressive with rotation, but lightning definitely in there and some heavy rain. Yeah, I think this thing's starting to clear itself back out. At least from what it seems. It looks like it might have to get the inflow notch cleared back out for now. I mean, you look at the velocity and it's still kind of all over the place, but I think we're starting to see a shrink of we're starting to see a shrink of kind of the contaminants in there. So looks like it's starting to develop its new mesocyclone. Overall, still probably nothing on the ground for now, but whenever you have a storm that looks like this, that classic supercell shape, that kidney bean type shape, it's only a matter of time before this thing tries to completely reorganize and drop another tornado. And so right now, that rotation south of Prentice, crossing over 42, going to head towards Lone Star, towards Terrell, towards Friendship, eventually going to head towards Collins. So, had a tornado close to you the other or a little bit ago. Yeah, that was rough. We were tracking that one. That was not a good. That was not good. I hope that we only hear good things from over there in Franklin County. Very rough over there. So how we were playing the waiting game earlier, seeing if these storms would recycle, we're still kind of sitting there now. As the storm clears itself back out again, it's going to try to redevelop. Honestly, it could form at any second, but I think the most likely scenario is this kind of gets its act completely back together by the time it gets towards Collins. Like I said, it could develop before that, but I think that's probably your best bet is before it gets to Collins is when it would completely reorganize. Is it moving due east or maybe a little northeast? It's heading fairly east. It's heading slightly northeast, like slightly northeast. But it's kind of been following the same trajectory for a while. I mean, it's been heading barely above east. Baby, can I get a sound check with you?
I'll check.
Oh, whoops. Earbud died. I gotta go to the other one. All right. Yep, we're good. All right. Make sure it's not gonna get us. You know. Make sure it's not gonna. All right. And so that rotation right now moving over McPhail Road and over East St. Stephens Road. Tornado passed in Lawrence County, Silver Creek. Yes, it has passed you finally there. Like Monticello's just been a magnet for tornadoes this year, from what it seemed like, or what it seems like. Oh yeah, it's forming the new mesocyclone definitely. Oh yeah, there it kind of is. It's trying. Maybe. Sorry if you're just hearing me talk. I'm kind of communicating to everyone in here, and I also like to just talk my thoughts and what's going on, kind of giving you a play-by-play of the radar basically as to what I'm looking at. It's usually the best way to kind of figure out what's going on here in this storm. It depends on what side you're on. Lee. Lee, just text me that question instead of on the chat. Text me that question. So, lots of people watching on YouTube, which is great. Glad that we see a lot of people watching on YouTube. Also, over 30 on Facebook right now. So we got a lot of people watching right now. Great to know that we're building the YouTube and the Facebook side by side. But this is continuing on, still in that redevelopment phase. I'm kind of curious as to what is, how close this is. Sorry, trying to figure out how close this is to kind of redeveloping. Let's look at HRRR. I just want to see if the HRRR thinks there's much fuel down here for this storm to keep going. I mean, it definitely thinks it could keep going, from what it seems like. Surface-based cape, yeah, there's energy. Curious as to how much. And what is that? The HRRR is assuming 1,300 joules. I think we're higher than that, if I'm going to be honest. I think it's downplaying the amount of energy this storm has. But I think we're going to continue on for the next little bit. This HRRR is still showing that it's expecting this storm to strengthen as it goes through Jones County and Clark County. Or no, Wayne County, I mean, and maybe into Clark County. So I think we still have a little whiles of this storm. So we'll have to wait and see. I think it's going to recycle. I genuinely do. That's not just me saying that. I genuinely think this cell is trying to redevelop. Here's a picture from Meadville showing damage to a home, I think. Or is that a barn flown into a tree? Hard to tell. But definitely 10 damage as something was damaged, maybe a home or a barn, as 10 flew into a tree. That's from Meadville.
Here's a different angle of it. Hold up. Load.
Here's another angle of the same thing. 10 flown. I think I see a trampoline in there somewhere. Yeah, definitely stuff flown there in Meadville. That's where we're sitting there.
That's all I could get.
Like I said, not really expecting a tornado on the ground right now. Ping pong ball size hell possible with this storm. We're waiting to watch this storm recycle, and I think that that's going to happen right around the time it gets to Collins. That's what I'm watching. I think by the time this gets to Collins, it'll be recycled. That's what we're kind of waiting on now, seeing if it tries to. So we can kind of go through some things right now. If you're watching on YouTube and you don't know, we have Magnolia State Weather on Facebook. That's where we post daily weather, basically the daily weather forecast every day. If you're on Facebook, we have a YouTube channel, Magnolia State Weather. You can look it up and go and watch on a TV. They're on YouTube. We don't have a website yet. Still, I got to get that in the works and get that figured out. But daily forecasts will be posted there in the future as well. So, as we wait on this storm to kind of organize back together, we're trying to get more pictures, more stuff figured out as this nears Collins. We do have a camera in Collins that we can use. Might not be the best view in the world, but if something goes over Collins, we'll definitely see it. Vicksburg's starting to get pretty bad. Special weather statement on that. Well, no. Vicksburg, yeah, you got a storm moving through, possibly some small hail in there. Currently, no special weather statement or tornado warning on it. But yeah, we are watching this storm try to get its act together. I still think that we're seeing either a mesocyclone handoff or the reorganization of a mesocyclone. Basically, this thing trying to get back to a point where it can produce a tornado. So, that's following the Highway 84 corridor, yes. This is going to go up towards Collins. I still think that the timing on this kind of reorganizing looks to be around Collins. Now, it doesn't seem like the storm has as much fuel as it had earlier, but I don't think that's really a big factor right now. I still think this is in a pretty decent environment. But here it is. Yeah, definitely trying to strengthen itself back together once again. We're seeing that rotation form little by little, get itself back together. This is over Terrell and Santee now. Basically about to cross into Covington County from Jeff Davis County. So yeah, they just cut off the tornado warning now, just a little bit. Honestly, if you're in Prentice, you're fine now. This tornado warning could have got basically cut to the Jeff Davis Covington County line, except for areas near Terrell and Santee. Still think that there's rotation there. Here's the view from Collins. We finally got another view once again. This won't be the best view ever, but as the storm nears Collins, we can kind of see what conditions are doing as it nears Collins there in Covington County. once again, this cell has managed to kind of clear out its environment to the south. So we'll see if that helps it as it nears Covington County. Still 75 degrees, dew point is 72, 72 degrees, dew point is 72. So plenty of moisture in there for this cell to keep going. Damage in Neshoba County. I think that makes sense considering the large hail and damaging winds that were going through there earlier. What data? No, it's just you gotta go to the. So still seeing, like I said, we're kind of in the waiting game right now. This isn't on the ground right now. Might get a quick spin up though in there. So that's why if you're in this tornado warning, you gotta play it safe here. But still waiting to see if this storm's gonna reorganize. It's kind of in a weird situation here where it might be becoming kind of outflow dominant. We're really having to wait and see. I know we're saying waiting a lot, but that's genuinely how it is right now. Yeah, I saw that. We already got that one.
Oh, this is the gas station?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Here's a better one. That just happened.
They just extend. Okay, no.
Oh, that one.
Oh, here's another picture. This is from Purvis.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Purvis? Here's a picture from Purvis. Here's what we're looking at right now. Picture from Purvis. Definitely damage to. I think this is a gas station. What is this? Do we know?
I think it's the interior. I don't know if it's the church sec. It might be the church. 'Cause I heard that a church was actually lifted off its arches.
Yeah,
it might be the church.
It looks like a metal building there in Purvis. This is definitely tornado damage. 100% tornado damage there from Purvis. Do we have anything about the conditions going on right now, Jake?
I don't. I think the. I think the environment's still favorable. It's just the cell merger may have been destructive.
Yeah, it looks like this cell's still gotta figure itself out for now. Might have a minute until it has a chance to reorganize. Still tornado warned. Let's not forget that. But it's tornado warned for the fact that this thing could produce a new tornado kind of at any moment. I still think it has a minute, but gotta err on the side of caution here. Here's the view from Collins. That's what it looks like in Collins. Lots of lightning entering into the area as this storm moves through. And not only is a tornado possible with this one, ping pong ball size hail. So hail about 1.5 inches in diameter moving into Collins as well. Still looks like this cell's trying to clear out. Might be getting the inflow clear before too long. But still, definitely some stuff that has to go on before this is able to produce at least another big tornado, if it's going to. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, hey, there's a tornado on the ground when I don't think there is. But you can definitely still possibly see a quick spin up in there somewhere with how high these velocities are next to each other, but nothing really screaming to us that there's a tornado on the ground right now. But if you're in Collins, I would still suggest being in your safe space as this moves in, because this cell is still trying to strengthen as it enters into your area. So currently this rotation is over Blackjack New Chapel Road and over Spring Hill School Road, moving to the northeast towards Williamsburg, McDonald, and Collins. we can kind of plan out where this rotation will be in the next little while. Collins 914, Williamsburg 910, McDonald 913, Cold Spring 915, Providence 917. We're seeing Bethel 924, Hebron 927, Big Creek 929, Hoy 943, Laurel 942, Sandersville 950, Mill Creek 959 or 953, and then eventually into Wayne County by about 950. Like I said, we still don't think we're done with this storm. We're just done for the moment. And looking at velocity, it's starting to kind of come back together again from what I'm seeing. As it nears Collins, kind of that timing I was talking about, seeing if this would tighten back up as it neared Collins. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Once again, here's what it looks like in Collins right now. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, maybe some small hail in there as well. But also a tornado potentially to the southwest of Collins, moving to the northeast, kind of into the Collins area. Will it only be rain and thunder in Lawrence County? More than likely so. It's been a busy night. Gonna be an even earlier morning for us as well. uh, we're all here. We're all here doing weather coverage right now, and we have an exam at 8 in the morning, so that's gonna be great. Anything for Stone County tonight? Really not expecting anything for Stone County. So this is now this rotation entering basically along 84, entering into the McDonald community. We're over Lake Mike Connor Road right now and crossing into Collins. Yeah, this is tightened up really quickly now. Looks like this is about to get ready to drop once again. So yeah, so like I said, this is now wrapping up right as we're entering Collins now. So this is about to have the potential to drop another tornado. That's why if you're in Collins, you now gotta be in your safe space because this storm is back to having the potential of dropping a tornado. Even if you don't get a tornado with this one, ping pong ball size hail is possible. Here's the view from Collins right now. Getting rainy, getting windy there. I'm not seeing anything too bad right now, but that's the view from Collins. Are good in Carson yet? I think yeah, you're good. You're good there in Carson. You're good now. We might. Is that still the inflow, or is that? I think that's still the inflow. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I think that's still inflow there.
That's still definitely inflow.
Okay, that's good. I'm just making sure we don't have anything on the ground yet which is good. But still, this is entering into Collins now. This is over Williamsburg, Lake Mike Connor Road as well. It's going to cross basically through Collins is what it looks like, and then going to continue on towards McDonald and towards Willowtown, and eventually still going to follow Highway 84 through Jones County is what we're looking at right now. I think they'll expand the tornado warning here before too long into Jones County, just because this thing looks to be wrapping back up. So here it is. You can see it right there. Kind of a broad area of rotation. This is moving basically east, maybe a little northern motion here. Here's back to the camera here in Collins. Here's what we're looking at right now. If anything's going to happen, we'll basically see it right in front of this camera from what it seems like. You can play both right now. I'll try to adjust the camera here. See if we can get a good view here. Ignore me for just 2 seconds while I fix this. For now. There we go. So here's the views of both right now. Radar on the bottom as this moves into Collins. Image on the top with the MDOT traffic cam. Hey, don't worry. We're studying for the test right now, right? It's a meteorology class. We're doing meteorology, right? Yeah, there we go. Yep, so here it is. That rotation is now really came back together now. This storm's about to drop something from what it looks like. Yeah, there it is, as it's just south of Collins right now, over McDonald Chapel Road, moving into the community of McDonald and about to move into Cold Springs, as well as Collins. You can see that area of rotation tightening back up now, and you can even see it on reflectivity. That ball, or that cell, has really kind of came back together over the last few minutes. I thank Olivia so much because this honey tea she made me has been the only thing keeping my voice going this whole time. Jeez. That's where we sit. So like I said, Collins, McDonald, Mount Horeb in Covington County, got to be in the safe space because this is basically about to cross right over your area in the next few minutes. It's been a minute since we've had a camera on a storm. But we're back at it once again. This camera's starting to get a little shaky now as this storm moves through. Let's see if we have another view here real quick. Let's see if we have anything. Nope, that is the only camera we have. That's the only view we're going to have. So here it wraps back up. We're just having to wait each radar scan to kind of see what this storm is doing, what the idea of it is. But yeah, it's definitely now strengthened as now it's over Mayfield Road and Craft Road. About to cross over Cold Springs and Highway 49. That's south of the camera we're looking at by a few miles. So we might not see much here. But definitely could see this thing touch back down at any point, basically. We'll see if they extend the tornado warning here in the next few minutes. Waiting to see where exactly this goes and where exactly, well, what exactly the rotation does. Looks like the cold front has began to reach, I don't know, it started to reach into southern Mississippi a little bit, so that's chucking off storms to the north of this, but this still seems to be, I mean, the only cause of concern right now. But this storm has been going on for a while. So, like I said, that rotation moving into Cold Springs, moving towards Providence, Willowtown, Moscos, and then also Collins. This is passing basically just south of Collins. Ping pong ball size hell also in there with this storm. Trying to get a different radar view of this one. I mean, definitely some well indicator rotation with this storm. Looking at it from all radar sites. Just trying to see what different views of this looks like, because that can give us an idea of what's going on in this one. The camera down there in Collins starting to get a little rough now, getting very windy now. Lots of lightning, like we've been seeing. Tornado going to be to the south of this storm if it happens. Currently, the only severe thunderstorm warning is over there in Alabama with that storm that was producing a tornado near Purvis. Well, there that went. Let's try this again. Left ear, bud? We got anything? Hold on. Yeah, we're good once again. Guess that one recharged really quick. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, look at that. Very, very well defined area of rotation now crossing 49. That's going to be south here of this camera we're looking at in Collins. Looking at the correlation coefficient, not seeing anything being lofted yet, but you need to be in your safe space if you're in Cold Springs along Cola Road, in Cola or in Providence. This is heading towards Pickering Road and heading towards Graham's Fish Camp near Willowtown. There it is. Here. Yeah, I got you. There it is. Very well defined area of rotation once again as this storm has come back. It's came back together here as it's crossing just south of Collins. Here's the camera from Collins showing this storm right now. Not really slowing down too many people on the road right now, but definitely a downpour. What about Landmark Nursing Home? I'm not sure. I can't find that on the map. This is south of Collins High School. Basically passing just south of Collins High School. Would not be shocked if we see a tornado back on the ground here very soon. Hey, Hudson, can you...
Yeah.
I was telling Hudson to do something real quick for me. Yep, so there's that rotation now over Watts Road, heading towards Graham's Fish Camp and in Willowtown, as well as Pickering Rogers Road. That's kind of where we're sitting at. with that rotation now as it's strengthened. Still not seeing really much in terms of debris being lofted, so that's good. But the rotation has definitely picked itself back up again, and the storm is still trying to wrap itself back together again. Luckily, it looks like this cell hasn't been on the ground for a while, which is pretty good, but it looks like it's getting back to that point where the storm is kind of favorable for tornado development again. So planning that out ahead, if they reissue this tornado warning, which I guarantee you they do here in the next few minutes. I mean, we're seeing timing, Pleasant Ridge 942, Oak Bowery 932, Laurel 949, Eastview 952, Tucker's Crossing 951, Ellisville 945. That's the timing we're looking at this rotation reaching those places. I guarantee you, it looks very likely that a tornado warning gets issued in Jones County here within the next few minutes. Here, Jake, can you cover me for a second again?
Yes.
Okay. Bringing up the radar once again. Jake's about to get on for just a second. I need just a moment. So let me make sure this is all good. So this is student meteorologist Jake Kazitz. I'll be right back.
Hey, so covering for Ashton once again. Name is student meteorologist Jake Kazitz, and I'll be filling in for just a second while Ashton's off. So this tornado warning that we've been looking at, it's been trying to reorganize. However, I want to see the latest velocity scan on this. Yeah, it's so the mesocyclone's now consolidating again, kind of recycling. We saw that earlier cell nudger kind of be destructive, and now it looks like it's able to get its act back together, and it could spin up at any moment. So if you are in Collins south and southeast of Collins, moving into Willowtown, you need to be in your safe place right now. The storm is now moving towards Bethel and Oak Bowery as well, into Sand Hill near 941, and then off into Ellisville and Laurel closer to 945 and 950. So definitely this storm is starting to recycle. So if you're in this path, definitely seek shelter and be in your safe place. I'll play this back for you guys. You can kind of see over here, this is a lot broader, and now this rotation is starting to reinvigorate, and you see those reds and you see those bright greens starting to become closer together, and this indicates that the mesocyclone is consolidating. Our latest scan here, we're still looking at that rotation. It's a little messy, but once again, a tornado could put down a tornado on the ground at any moment. So if you're in Willowtown, southeast of Collins, or even in Collins, definitely be in your safe place.
Willow Grove Church Road is a big one.
Church Road.
Willow Grove.
Really, this is the only storm we're tracking. We're into the point of the night now where it's all those thunderstorms that are those supercells that are already formed are the main threats, and we're not looking at really any other cells that will pop up and try to form anything. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat, and I'll try to answer them. Lincoln County, what are the chances the next system in Natchez?
I mean, it looks like it's doing something, but it's not You mean to the one to the east of Natchez?
Yeah, yeah.
It's doing,
Next system in Natchez currently.
doing something, but it's not like getting that much potential yet.
Yeah, just kind of. Let me get a
Still
closer
has-
radar.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, I'm not seeing really any organization. So this is warned for gusty winds and pea-size hail. So it's that sub-severe standards that are still have impacts. So, but I'm not seeing any rotation or any organization like that on this storm. You can kind of see the gust front here for wind. So if you're moving into that, I'd be concerned. Although, let me just double check this little
Nah,
feature.
velocity's just not there.
But yeah, there's nothing. That's just a little. That's just a little blip. That's not any rotation I'd be concerned about. Moving back to the tornado southeast of Collins, moving into Willowtown. This storm, I'll look at velocity again. That is an odd scan.
It's very messy.
Sometimes this radar or app likes to glitch out a little bit. Yeah, that does not look like the correct color table. They did extend this tornado warning.
Just now.
We're still radar indicated. So they extended this tornado warning into Laurel, and into Laurel, including Sandersville
Right, I'm back. I saw what happened.
and Ellisville. So
All right. Hello, guys. Ashton's back.
Ashton's back, probably with more tea.
We got the hot tea back. I can go for another 4 hours. All right. So we're back. New tornado warning now extended through Jones County. This includes Ellisville, Laurel, Sandersville, most of Jones County, except for the extreme southern portions, as the storm now continues on. Looking at the rotation, it's definitely broadened out a little bit, but that rotation now crossing over Highway 588 between Willowtown and Eminence. Let me make sure I get the chat back pulled up. Okay, we're good. We're back. So new tornado warning. That's all the way through Jones County. Looking at the correlation coefficient, not seeing anything. Velocity, this thing's trying to touch back down. Looks like it probably stayed lifted all the way through Covington County. But we're once again back here now, still in Covington County, about to cross over Oak Bowery. So this is crossing over 588 and 537, as well as Williams Road. Giving you timing on this storm as it continues on. We have Ellisville 947, Laurel 952. This will continue towards Mount Olive 958, Myrick 10 o'clock. So that's our rough timing for now. I'll keep that up for now. I'll try to pull up our camera from Laurel, Mississippi now. See if we can see anything here. It's going to be a minute till this camera is very useful. But here's the view from Laurel right now. This one, if this continues at this rate, this will pass very close to our sky cam here in Laurel. And so, looking directly into that one there. Back to the radar. Tornado warning, I know, just got issued through Jones County, so probably going to have a good bit of people tuning in now. The rotation kind of all over the place. This storm's struggling for now. We'll see if it's still able to get its act back together. We still see a fairly obvious area of rotation over Eminence. And that's continuing off to the east towards Oak Bowery along Highway 588 right now. It's kind of shifted a little bit south, but still we're constantly seeing the storm make shifts to the northeast as well. Overall general motion is about east northeast type-ish, but it is making shifts all directions. So if you're in Ellisville, I'd still kind of be aware of this storm, especially how it's been making shifts south. This could be a problem in Ellisville at some point here soon. New flash flood warning. That includes Prentice, Collins, Silver Creek. Now, that is a flash flood warning that expires at 10:30 for Jeff Davis County, Lawrence County, and Covington County. 3 to 5 inches of rain have fallen. An additional 1 to 2 inches are expected. All right, sound check. Sound check, Gollaby. Sound check. You got me? Let's see if you got me. You should got me. I don't know if he's here. Anyways. All right. I'm just making sure on something. Yeah, I got you. Yep, we're good. All right. Oak Bowery, this is moving over you right now. Sandhill, Pleasant Ridge, Mount Zion. You're in the you're in the path of this if it keeps on. Currently nothing on the ground from what we're seeing right now. Correlation coefficient not showing any debris being lofted, but still cause of concern as this moves through central Jones County. I just have to say thank the Lord for hot honey tea so that I can continue on talking and my voice isn't shot. Also thank Olivia for giving me that. So yeah, this is following 588 right now. So we've kind of seen a shift south. We've been seeing that, a shift to the south. And so now this is following 588. If this does most of anything, it's more than likely going to follow anywhere from 588 to 84 is probably where we're going to see this go. I don't think we'll see it go much north of 84. It's not out of the equation, but I think for the most part, this will follow between Highway 88 and Highway 84 from what we're seeing right now. Overall, the rotation is lagging behind the storm a good bit. So kind of two things going on with this storm. It's struggling. It's kind of in a weird place with the storm, but overall still some decent rotation in this storm back behind the rain. Whoops, let's retry that. The rough timing on that: Sandhill 943, Mount Zion 946, Pleasant Ridge 947, Ellisville 949, Queensburg 953, Laurel 954, Glade 955, Tucker's Crossing 956, Antioch 958, Myrick 1002. Any concerns about the storms near Natchez? Not really. The conditions they're in aren't really very favorable. Might get a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but I don't know if we'll see much more than that.
Rotation was like important for the last hour for that, and that recently it just went downhill. Just devolved a lot.
So yeah, tornado warning in Jones County. Once again, this is not for a tornado currently on the ground. It is radar indicated, meaning that a tornado could touch down at any point. So that's what we're looking at right now with this one. That's over Oak Bowery right now, moving to the east towards Ellisville. I will say it doesn't taste very good. It's just very soothing on my throat. Let's put it that way. That's where we sit with that. That's no disrespect, by the way. That's just like the tea is just okay. I'm talking about the tea itself. I don't think the tea stealth. I don't think the T. I'm just gonna shut up now. That's what we're gonna go with. Anyways, still that rotation we're watching over Oak Bowery. It's not on the ground right now, but could touch down at any point. That's kind of why we're watching it right now as it heads towards Ellisville. This is basically heading directly towards Ellisville right now. Like I mentioned, not a tornado on the ground right now, just simply an area of rotation. Here's your general motion. I'll go ahead and plan it out for people ahead of this. I'll put the times back on the screen for now. Let me try to do this in a different way for now. Since we don't know exactly where this is going, I think it's heading basically directly west. This looks like it would pass south of Laurel, but kind of impossible to know for sure. You still got it in there in southwest, or really in west Jones County, sorry. It's the view currently from Laurel. Oh, not a great view. There's the view. Kind of see the storm in the distance as it was moving in. But lots of lightning with that one. Lots and lots of lightning with that storm as it heads towards Laurel. Thank you, Alex. I'll look at it here in a little bit. So, rough timing, Sand Hill. This is about to be over you in about the next 2 to 3 minutes. Ellisville, 9:49. Queensburg, 9:53. Overall, here's the good news. The storm not looking nearly as strong as it did earlier, but still rotation in there that we're having to watch because the ingredients are still there, so you could see something spin up here in a little bit. I don't think we're really in the environment that we had earlier when this was a tornado emergency. I just don't think we're going to see that, but that doesn't mean a tornado is not possible. Are y'all seeing anything behind me?
I am not.
Not anything more than that. I've been looking at both.
Yeah, it looks like the rotation honestly is starting to die out a little bit. Looks like it's kind of maybe choking itself out. It's a good sign as this moves through the county. Is Laurel good? I mean, currently you have that area of rotation off to your west. I'd still consider kind of staying in a safe spot, being ready to get to a safe spot. Currently nothing on the ground from what it's looking like. Area of rotation struggling. Well, you could have definitely had some quick tornadoes possibly spin up as this has moved through Jeff Davis County. But as of right now, we've seen nothing lofted by radar. So we've not seen radar pick up on any of that as of right now. Kind of get a different view of the storm from Hammond. Not seeing really much there. Mobile radar picking up on the rotation a little bit. Jackson's still the best view on that one. So yeah, the rotation's in there, but looks like this storm is trying to go more like linear, I guess. Not really having the rotation it had earlier. So we'll continue to watch it. If you're tuning in from Jones County right now, Not a tornado on the ground right now with that tornado warning, but you still need to be in your safe spot because the storm is in a decent environment. It could be spinning up tornadoes right now, even though we aren't seeing anything. So that's kind of why we're worried about it, is because just the conditions it's in, it could spin up something at any point. Okay. Here's the view from Laurel. Once again, this is looking off to the south, basically down towards this cell. It looks like it'll pass just south of Laurel, maybe through Queensburg. So it looks like it might go right over Laurel at this rate. It's kind of shifting to the northeast. Curious to see what direction this continues to go in. Here's kind of the direction it's going. Should pass either just south of Laurel or might actually hit Laurel. It's hard to tell where exactly this will go. I guess hit's not the right word. It would pass over from what it looks like. Still not seeing really much on correlation coefficients, so that's good. Velocity is still kind of broad as it moves over Sand Hill right now. It's crossing over Sand Hill Church Road right now. Let's fix this camera here now. So if we can. So we have time to. There we go. So there's the view from Laurel. There's a radar on the bottom. It's kind of what we're watching right now. Okay. Yeah. That rotation over 588 and over Sandhill Church Road. Sorry, it's just been a long evening right now. Can you tell what counties are clear for tonight? More than likely, anything south of what I'm drawing. So Hattiesburg all the way to Wilkinson County and into Louisiana. But honestly, if you're behind this tornado warning, if you're anywhere but in front of this tornado warning, so like right here, you're more than likely good. Anywhere but Jones and Wayne County right now, maybe Northern Clark County. I really think that's the only concern for the rest of the evening. The velocity in there just off to the northwest of Sand Hill. Going to cross over Pleasant Ridge and Mount Zion here in the next few minutes. That's kind of what we're looking into with the sky cam up above. Overall, I mean, rotation's still broad. Not looking like this thing is really ramping up too tight right now. So a weak area of rotation for right now. And I know we keep talking rotation. To be fair, this thing's been rotating since it was all the way in Louisiana, so this thing's been going for a while. Hasn't been on the ground the whole time, and I don't think it's been on the ground for roughly an hour at this point. I'm still looking at the possibility of this. Honestly, looks like this thing might completely choke itself out before too long. Could still produce a tornado here soon. but if it doesn't, it might be trying to near the end of this cell's cycle. We gotta study till like 3 a.m. is the best part.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. What do you say, Jacob? So if you're just tuning in and wondering why I'm not going road by road right now, overall just a broad area of rotation along Sand Hill Road and near the community of Sand Hill, about to move over Mount Zion and Pleasant Ridge. Kind of just playing the waiting game, seeing what this cell's going to do. We haven't had a tornado on the ground for a while from what it looks like. Still just a radar indicated area of rotation here in Jones County. So moving towards Laurel, so we're going to get a good view of it here before too long from the sky cam. Overall, not sure if this is going to touch down. It looks like this storm might be starting to really struggle. I mean, we're starting to see this thing's really getting outflow dominant now. This does not look really that good anymore. We don't have that classic kidney bean shape you really look for. You might have something embedded here within the storm with a little rotation. So that's why the tornado warning is still in place right now. That rotation over Sand Hill, about to move through Mount Zion. This is going to pass north of Ellisville, by the way. It's going to cross over 59 in about the next few minutes. We're going to see if we have anything up in here. You can definitely see the base of the storm here in the distance, kind of starting to glow on the city right here. See the base of the storm starting to move into the area. Oh, they just cut off the tornado warning? Oh, they cut it off for northern areas. So, yeah, tornado warning. Northern Jones County has been cut off from the tornado warning. So, now really just Laurel, Ellisville, and surrounding areas in this tornado warning. They just updated it. Northern Jones County, so Sandersville, no longer in this tornado warning. I will say this one will not be something forgotten. We're going to see a lot of pictures come in through the morning hours. That's what we're going to definitely be looking for. So if you get sent anything, please send it to us as storms have moved through our area. Is Taylorsville okay? Yeah, you're fine up there in Taylorsville. All right, anyways. If you're just tuning in once again, I know we have plenty of people that tune in from Jones County. The area of rotation is currently over Pleasant Ridge. We're watching it weaken little by little. The Greatest Mississippi Tea Company in Brookhaven says they took a direct hit and all their big oak trees and pines are down. What's that, Brookhaven? In Brookhaven, yeah, that sounds about right. How about Brookhaven now hearing thunder and seeing lightning again? Yeah, you have a storm off to your east moving in. Overall, the biggest threats are going to be lightning, 40-mile-an-hour winds, and penny-sized hail with that storm. Yeah, but if you're tuning in from Jones County, just a radar indicator rotation right now. We've seen this storm earlier. It produced a tornado emergency. We've had 1 or 2 large tornadoes from this cell for sure.
Reported deaths as well.
Really?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
But I just saw that.
That's unfortunate. The possible deaths with this storm. That's what happens when you have large tornadoes, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll get more. We'll look more into that in a little while as I get more news with that, and I'm able to confirm things. But yeah, we had large tornado move through some populated areas today. Luckily, some of it moved through mostly rural areas, but also this is Mississippi. A lot of people live in our rural areas. If I can get our newest timing on this, kind of what we're looking at now. So still watching the storm as it moves into Laurel. Slowly, I know, but you can see it in the distance, the cloud base moving into Laurel. We're going to basically see if this rotation's there as it moves in, because the rotation is going to move directly over where we are. But honestly, I mean, it looks like this thing's choking itself out at this point. This thing's outflow dominant by now. You can see how we have the reds, which are away from the radar, now in front of the green, which is the inflow. I think this storm is basically completely choked off. The inflow is basically, the air has no way to get into the storm for now. So that could mean that this storm's probably, I don't know, they might honestly take away the tornado warning here before too long. Because I mean, that's way up in here in the cell. So I wouldn't be shocked if they let the tornado warning, if they delete it here in the next little bit. Not really seeing much of anything with this rotation anymore. Very, very weak at this point. Yeah. So that area of rotation, if you've tuned in for that, for the tornado warning that's currently active in Jones County, it's kind of just faded away. It's kind of gone now. And so I really just think that this one's going to be allowed to be expired. I think it's done. I don't think we'll see much more with this one. It's outflow dominant now. Basically, the storm has choked itself off, is what we're seeing. Thank you, Tony. That means a lot. We've been taught what hour mark are we on right now? Anyone know?
5 or 6.
We're about to hit the 6 hour mark. We're at 5 hours 50 minutes. We are chugging along. Yeah, this storm's going to be allowed to kind of choke itself out. We'll keep covering the weather as it's moving through here. A few other things going on. I'm honestly not worried with this tornado warning anymore. I think you got some small hail moving across 84 right now, but I think this storm's basically done. You can see this has become very linear now. Looks like this one is basically done. I think the tornado warning, I mean, it's almost relatively irrelevant at this point. Outflow dominant storm, it's weakening. Not really in the right place for rotation anymore. We'll keep an eye on it, but it looks like that storm's done for now. We can continue to look around our area to see what's going on. Prentice, Collins, Monticello, flash flood warning until 10:30. So if you're there, turn around, don't drown. Special weather statement that includes Prentice. That's for 40-mile-an-hour winds and mothball size hail, so half-inch size hail there. Special weather statement moving through Franklin County and moving into the Brookhaven area. I know we had that tornado there earlier. Just a special weather statement for 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny size hail with that storm. And then also a special weather statement that includes Gloucester. That's for northwestern Amite County. That expires in 17 minutes for 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny size hail. So that's where we sit with our warnings across the area. So at this point, if you are kind of behind Laurel, if you're behind Jones County, the tornado threat's basically gone. I mean, if you're worried about these storms that are still behind it moving through, you can stay up. Really, they don't pose much of a threat at all. So I mean, we've been watching. I mean, this storm that's now in Laurel that caused this tornado warning. We've been watching this storm for roughly. Has it been about 4.5 hours? Probably 4 hours or so. I mean, we were watching that one ever since it was over near Marksville, Louisiana, kind of outside of Alexandria. So we've followed this one for a while. I wonder how far away that is. Roughly 200, almost 200 miles we've been following this storm for. So yeah, it's been going for a while. But it looks like it's about done now. That tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire. Either allowed to expire or they will delete it. Not sure which they will do. That's what we're looking at for now. You may end up somehow getting a quick spin up in there, but I really don't think the odds of that are very high. Alright, so let's see if we can start getting some more information on any of these. The storm about to enter Brookhaven, 40-mile-an-hour winds at the max, penny-size hail. I just turned it off. What? All right, trying to see if I can find any information. Okay, trying to see if I can find any information on these storms that we've had over the past little bit. I'm gonna see if I can find anything. Let's see. So, like I said, that tornado warning, not really too worried about it. Oh wow, that's a massive wedge.
Turn right onto West Lincoln Drive Southwest.
We're curving northeast now. We're curving northeast now. Hold up.
All right, I'm here again. Tornado warning in Jones County canceled. If you haven't seen videos regarding the tornado emergency in Franklin County, let's just say I can confirm we had a wedge tornado move through Bude. Huge. And so that's where we're sitting with that. We had a large destructive wedge tornado go through Bude, just outside of Meadville. So do I think Meridian's good? You're still under a tornado watch? Yeah, I think you're good. I think I think you're all good for the rest of the night now. Trying to give you news right now of what's going on. Report of multiple fatalities at a trailer park in Brookhaven. That's in Thayer. We were talking about Thayer earlier. That's unfortunate there. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, just huge tornado. With that one hasn't moved through there. New flash flood warning. We'll look at that in a second. I'm just trying to see what all I can find regarding that tornado that went through over there. It's a huge tornado that had that tornado emergency over there near Meadville. Trying to see what I can find. Yeah, so let's see, what else can we find here? That's all I'm finding for now is the reports of um the deaths there in Thayer. Video of a huge tornado. I'm not gonna lie, like huge tornado there in Bude. You can look it up for yourself. I can't share that. Are you in the clear there in Wayne County? I would think for the most part so, now that the storm has kind of died out. And you're going to have a line move through that's possibly going to cause some flooding, maybe some hail. Hard to tell, but doesn't look like you're at too much of a risk there. Oh, whoops, sorry about that. Yeah, it was a large tornado that moved over 55. Yeah, if y'all have any pictures or find anything, please tag Magnolia State Weather or send it to us. That would be great. Just trying to trying to find this. I'll give it a shout out. I mean, just look up Reed Timmer and you'll find the video of the tornado. Trust me, you'll find it. That's if y'all want to see the video of what it looked like as it was going through Butte and Brookhaven. They have a pretty intense video of it over there. That's all I'm seeing right now, I'm pretty sure. See if I can find anything else regarding any news I might have. Seeing trees down on 51. Oh, here's some pictures of some damage. Can't post that because I don't.
Not a single warning for anything no more.
Yeah. No more warnings. Just giving you updates of what I'm seeing. Yeah, church damage there in Purvis.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, tornado damage there in Purvis. That's a picture from Camp Shelby. So that was interesting. Let's see if I can find anything that I can share maybe on Facebook so that you all can see it. Because I can't legally post any of this stuff, so I'll have to share it and tag it. Let's see, trying to look around. So at this point, we're kind of doing more of a kind of me giving you info that I can find right now. I'll start sharing stuff that I'm finding on the feed so you'll be able to look at it. All right, here's one. I just shared one. All right, I just shared one of the videos. So if you look on the Magnolia State Weather Facebook page, you should be able to see I just shared the video of Reed's view of the storm. Trying to see if I can find anything else right now.
people that sent the DM sent it like 40 minutes ago. Desiree, she sent the images of the damage in Purvis.
All right.
I guess we can use these.
Trying to see if there's another view of this. Might be a better view of it, honestly, than I'm about to share. Yeah, I'm about to share one of the other views.
You want me to put all these in the Discord?
All right.
Please in the Discord.
See you. Okay, I just shared another view of it. Honestly, was a better view. Trying to see if I can find any other things. Just sending the videos to y'all, sharing it. We have a flash flood warning all the way from northern Jones County through Collins, through Prentice, all the way through Brookhaven, basically across the Highway 84 corridor for possible flash flooding. That's how we look across the area. So we might look and see power outages here soon. Let's go ahead and look at the power outage map. Plenty of power outages. 37% of Franklin County out, 2,310 outages. 24% of Lincoln County out, 4,830 outages. 17% of Lincoln County out, 1,280 outages. 16% of Jeff Davis County out, 1,000 outages. 7% of Covington County out, 700 outages. That's where we see outages right now. 17% of Perry County out, 1,234 outages. 330 out in Greene County.
She sent a video, but it didn't have rotation on it. It's a pretty big looking bug.
Okay, I got you.
But the other stuff is great.
Okay. Trying to see if I can find us anything else right now. Wow, just can't believe stuff that's been going on. Seeing some reports like this. So I think we might be I don't know, we might go off air here soon. Just trying to see if I can find anything else from these storms. So, looks like is Stringer clear? I'd say you're good. I like I said, I don't think we'll see much more severe weather across the area, but flooding and lightning is still a concern. Maybe some gusty winds, but I don't think we'll get to any more severe stuff tonight. Oh wow, tornado did touch down there in Dexter, Mississippi at 6:30. Tornado did touch down there. Clip from Monticello. I can't see much there. Trying to see if I can find anything I can see if I can give y'all anything else. Is Mill Creek / Pool Creek okay? Yeah, you got some heavy rain and some lightning moving through, but I think for the most part, you'll be okay. Bless you. Bless you. All right. How are y'all doing? New severe thunderstorm warning issued. Tornado possible tag on it. Quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we might not be done just yet. Tornado possible. That is for northern Amit County. That says it's going over Mars Hill and Tangipahoa right now, heading towards Summit and Macomb. So, new severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible on it. Could potentially spin something up. Main concern is quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's why that new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Tornado is possible in there, is what they're saying. It would be a weak tornado if we do get anything. I'm pretty exhausted right now, honestly. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I'm not seeing much of anything we haven't seen already. It is getting late, that is true. They're going to cover the severe thunderstorm warning as it moves through for now. We can. Luckily, it looks like the tornado threat has kind of died down. Maybe you can get a spin-up tornado with this next line kind of moving through as this moves towards Summit and Macomb. Interesting. There's that severe thunderstorm warning. Summit, Macomb, Bartonville. Might see if we can get a camera on it or something here soon. Let's see what we can find here. I know we have the camera down towards Osaka. Oh, we do have a camera in Macomb I forgot about. This will be looking directly into it. We're going to have a good view here of this storm. Here's the view from Macomb. It's looking directly into the storm to the north. Probably going to see some good lightning here with this one as it gets closer. Yeah, definitely looking windy. So, yeah. Now another severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Bogachita, East Lincoln, Ruth, Monticello. For $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So I guess we're not done yet as this storm now moves across the area. Here it is. Like I said, new severe thunderstorm warning. East Lincoln, Ruth, Monticello, Sartonville, Summit, Macomb.
Another one.
Another what?
Waynesboro.
Yep. Another severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like we're starting to get those now. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds over for northern Wayne County. This includes northern Waynesboro. What's Bogachita look like? Well, they're in Bogachita. Honestly, probably about to get pretty gusty here soon as the storm moves in. Honestly, not really a threat of a tornado with this one. Maybe farther south towards Macomb. It's kind of what we're watching with it. Overall, just another kind of round of large, not large, some rain, some damaging winds, and also some large hail possible with that one. Trying to see what I can find here. Not seeing too much. Just seeing if we had any more reports going on right now. People asking, okay, I-55 between Bogachita and Brookhaven opened back up. That's good. People asking about what's going on in Bogachita. Just more rain and a quick severe storm moving through. The rotation we're kind of worried about is down here near Summit. Looking at it from the radar down in Hammond, not looking all too bad. Not the worst thing in the world. Definitely some broad rotation there, but nothing really out of the ordinary with that storm that's moving through Summit. Probably some gusty winds, though, for sure, as this is crossing I-55. Here we go. Let's bring this back. There's going to be a good view of it as it moves towards Macomb. Lots of lightning with it. You're just now tuning in. Welcome to the Apo Roofing and Construction Weather Center. If you had damage with this, for a free estimate, call 601-498-1546. Or if you have roof damage and you need a tarp replaced and you need some damage fixed, call Apo Roofing and Construction. They will work with you to get your home repaired. You can see the base of the storm now here on the camera. You're right there. As this is about to cross into Macomb and Summit. That's where, let's see, Summit's where Southwest Mississippi Community College is. So I know people are probably concerned with their loved ones there. Watching the storm here near Waynesboro, north of Waynesboro. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds possible with that storm. Is the storm in Smithville going away? Yes. It should be moving out now. Kind of rough timing if this one continues on. Startonville 10:38, Columbia 10:56, Summerall 11:13, Hattiesburg 11:30. When we would see timing with that storm as it moves in. We have been live for 6 hours and 20 seconds. 20 minutes, sorry. It has been a long night, to say the least. 33% of Franklin County out now. We still have the tornado watch, I believe. Let's see if they've cropped it any. Let's see if they've cropped this tornado watch any. They have not. It still includes northern Mississippi. I think you're good anywhere north of 84 now. They have not cut off part of that tornado watch yet. Really expires in 33 minutes, so they honestly might just allow it to expire. Well, lots of lightning with this one now as it moves here into Summit and Macomb. That has basically now made it to Johnston Station and Southwest Community College. So heavy rain and gusty winds entering there now. So we're honestly probably about to go for now. We have been live for a while. And just severe thunderstorm warnings moving through right now. Nothing really too concerning. Really not expecting anything with tornadoes for the rest of the night. Maybe we get a surprise, who knows. But nothing as bad as what we saw earlier this evening with the tornado emergencies that went through Franklin County and also through Lincoln County. So, anyways, we're going to go for now. Thank you for watching Magnolia State Weather. I'm student meteorologist Ashton Champion, student meteorologist Jake Kazitz behind me, and student meteorologist Hudson Murphy. It was a good one. Thank you all for watching. We will continue to give you updates regarding those storms that went through those areas this afternoon. So anyways, stay safe. Keep a way to get alerts just in case something happens. But anyways, severe thunderstorm warnings will continue to move through. Hail, some damaging winds maybe, and some lightning are the primary concerns. Really, the tornado risk is fairly low at this point. Anyways, y'all have a good evening, and God bless.